We're back in sunny Brighton. Who is going to be victorious? Let's go and find out. This is the tower stood in front of Brighton Pier, freezing his conkers off. It's freezing cold, I need a cup of tea and I'm going on to Brighton Pier. Let's go inside and get warm. From the tower, we will see you inside in the card room and we will see you at the turn.
Welcome to the Vic and welcome to the grand final. Welcome to day 2. Welcome to Portsmouth. This is the best entrance we've ever had at a GUKPT and it's all his fault. Happy days.
Happy days. He went off as not, so I'm happy with that.
Nice.
Blue Special the winner of the leg 6 of the GUKPT here in Luton. Round of applause, please, Sam.
Limp with kings, wrong. Jammed the lot with aces, wrong. Folding, wrong. Card table. You actually played a bit of poker. It's nice to see it.
No, I can't play any poker. I'm just sitting there passing and waiting for the nuts.
Dave, first competition 2007 winner, 2007 runner-up in the first event. You're back together.
It's another drag, it's over.
Round of applause, please, to our winner of the 2004 GUKPT. It is Mark the winner on the applause.
Just the champ. Could you refer to me as that? I'm referring to myself in the third person as the champ. So when I raise, I'm going to say the champ raises. The champ thinks this.
I like it.
I think that'll work. Do you think that makes me seem arrogant at all?
No, not in the slight. No.
I think tell
Is it the one out the 2 of diamonds on the river? What's that all about?
We're going to win the bugger. We're going to split it. Heads up. 100 for the win.
There we go. The girls are having fun, as you can
I
tell.
had to call the last bit, and I was all over it like a bloody rash, but obviously I didn't hit. So anyway, I'm back now, and hopefully I'm going to have a settle down. I'm going to have a beer now and chill. All right?
Excellent. Well, just carry on fishing.
Yeah, I will. Yeah, that's what I'm good at.
And fingers crossed you're still in the pool a little bit later on.
Yeah, okay.
Andy, thank you very much.
Cheers, Phil.
Nice.
Ian,
Yes.
what do we look like?
Well, I don't know about you, but I'm feeling quite good. I don't know how you're feeling. What are you feeling like, Phil?
Can't
Well, your first event, are you still in? So,
Yeah, it's a good start.
yeah. So good luck after the break.
Thank you.
And congratulations on joining Absolute.
Thank you very much.
We've invited you to Dublin, and you've declined.
I haven't declined.
But you haven't. Well, you haven't declined. You can't go. Why not?
I haven't got a passport.
This guy's not got a passport. We've got the best job in the world, and this guy's not got a passport. But we're trying to solve it, yeah.
Here we are trying to, but
If you could pick 5 poker players for a fantasy league, look at that lineup. Matt Perrin's bracelet winner, Jamie Sykes online legend. We've got JP Kelly double bracelet winner. We've got Jake Cody with the triple crown, and Midi has just smashed the EPT. That is. Tell you what, that's One Direction of the poker world. Look at them guys over there. The One Direction of the poker world. What a lineup, them 5 guys. And James Aiken has said he's on his way to London to play the GUKPT, and here he is. Afternoon, sir.
how you doing, mate?
I'm alright, how are you?
Not too bad.
Queuing up to get into a GUKPT, that's unbelievable, isn't it?
It's a good sign.
Are you? Turn it on.
It's on, the video's there. Sing to the world.
Are you lonesome tonight? Do you miss me tonight? Are you sorry? Why can't I hear it? I like to hear it.
It's on to the world. Keep singing, keep singing.
When we drifted apart, does your memory stray to that bright summer day when I kissed you and called you sweetheart? Do the chairs in your parlor seem empty and bare? Do you gaze at your doorstep and picture me there? Does your heart feel the pain? Shall I come back again? Tell me, dear, are you lonesome tonight? Thank you very much. Thank you.
We were cool on Christ.
We're back in sunny Brighton. Who is going to be victorious? Let's go and find out. This is the tower stood in front of Brighton Pier, freezing his conkers off. It's freezing cold, I need a cup of tea and I'm going on to Brighton Pier. let's go inside and get warm. From the tower, we will see you inside in the card room, and we will see you at the turn.
Welcome to the Vic and welcome to the grand final. Welcome to day 2. Welcome to Portsmouth. This is the best entrance we've ever had at a GUKPT, and it's all his fault. Happy days.
Happy days. He went off his nut. So I'm happy with that, isn't
Nice.
Blues Square Trophy winner of the leg 6 of the GUKPT here in Luton. Round of applause, please, Sam.
Limp with Kings, wrong. Jammed the lot with Aces, wrong. Folding, wrong. Card table. You actually played a bit of poker. It's nice to see you.
No, I can't play any poker. I'm just sitting there passing and waiting for the nuts.
Dave, first competition 2007 winner. 2007 runner-up in the first event. You're back together.
It's another drag. It's over.
Round of applause, please, to our winner of the 2004 GUKPT. It is Mark the Wayne. Round of applause.
Just the champ. Could you refer to me as that? I'm referring to myself in the third person as the champ. So when I raise, I'm going to say the champ raises. The champ thinks this.
I like it.
I think that'll work. Do you think that makes me seem arrogant at all?
No, not in this light. No,
I think Tara.
Is it the one out the 2 of diamonds on the river? What's that all about?
We're going to win the bugger. We're going to split it. Heads up. 100 for the win.
There we go. The girls are having fun, as you can
I
tell.
had to call the last bit, and I was all over it like a bloody rash, but obviously I didn't hit. So anyway, I'm back now, and hopefully I'm going to have a settle down. I'm going to have a beer now and chill. All right?
Excellent. Well, just carry on fishing.
Yeah, I will. Yeah, that's what I'm good at.
And fingers crossed you're still in the pool a little bit later on.
Yeah, okay.
Andy, thank you very much.
Cheers.
Nice.
Ian,
Yes.
what do we look like?
Well, I don't know about you, but I'm feeling quite good. I don't know how you're feeling. What are you feeling like, Phil?
Well, your first event, you're still in. So,
Yeah, it's a good start.
yeah. So good luck after the break.
Thank you.
And congratulations on joining Absolute.
Thank you very much.
We've invited you to Dublin, and you've declined.
I haven't declined.
But you haven't. Well, you haven't declined. You can't go. Why not?
I haven't got a passport.
This guy's not got a passport. We've got the best job in the world, and this guy's not got a passport. But we're trying to solve it, yeah.
Here we are trying to, but
If you could pick 5 poker players for a fantasy league, look at that lineup. Matt Perrin's bracelet winner, Jamie Sykes online legend. We've got JP Kelly double bracelet winner. We've got Jake Cody with the triple crown, and Midi has just smashed the EPT. That is. Tell you what, that's one direction of the poker world. Look at them guys over there. The one direction of the poker world. What a lineup them 5 guys. And James Aiken has said he's on his way to London to play the GUKPT, and here he is. Afternoon, sir.
How you doing, mate?
I'm all right. How are you?
Not too bad.
Queuing up to get into a GUKPT. That's unbelievable, isn't it?
It's a good sign.
Not being funny, but we should be challenging one of these two to be doing what's on TV right now. The London Marathon is on. Day 3 of Edinburgh, the final day of the GUKPT. What we should do is challenge one of these two for next year to do the London Marathon. Make sure there's no GUKPT on, and one of them will be sponsored to run. What do you think?
I would win.
Would you do it?
Are you sponsoring us? Yeah, we
Question is, would you do it?
This is our pace. Look, watch it. That's our pace.
The walking pace is my pace.
Absolutely.
But I would still beat him.
How long will it take to walk 26.2 miles?
About 8 hours. I would say.
8, really?
8 hours.
I'm talking about 14.
I could do it in 7.5.
Please, somebody sponsor one of these two to do the London Marathon next year. Welcome to the final day here in Edinburgh. We're just about to start. 19 players are left. Everybody's in the money. Very steady yesterday. Last 3 hours of the day went really steady. The money was closer and closer and closer. But it was this. What's your name, sir?
Martin.
Martin, you told me yesterday the plan was to play one
hand an hour.
One hand an hour, and it worked.
It worked.
And you're still in.
I'm still in. 2 days, one hand an hour.
It's the way.
Yeah, I mean, you just got to take your chances when they come. So.
Yeah. Have you looked at the seating draw? Does it matter?
I have not. No, it doesn't.
No.
You know.
If you only play one hand an hour and you win it, then.
Yeah, formula worked.
Yeah, and at 10 o'clock tonight we crown a champion, yeah?
Here's hoping. Here's hoping. You know.
Good luck, Martin.
Thanks.
Good luck. He's just about to sit down. Everybody's unbagging all the chips. There are some big chips next. Good feature table, by the way. Good feature table, but Gary Bertram is in seat number 1. In seat number 2 is Will Runkeman. In seat 3 is Ken Fong. In 4 is Mindy Kyriakinis. Colin Wu, the crowd favourite, Mr. Colin Wu, is sat in seat number 5. Dean Lyle is in 6, and 7 is David McLean. They're all ready to rock and roll today. It is going to be a super day. Everybody else is unbagging chips as well. Martin Devine, 438. Richard Clyde, 499,000. I think Richard Clyde is actually chip leader as it stands at the moment. Very close behind him is Usman Ulhak. You are looking forward to a fantastic day. Enjoy yourself. We're live on the live stream from 12:30, but please, if anybody out there wants to sponsor this man for the London Marathon next year, I think we should all get behind him and root for him, because yes, well, see you around the tables. So good afternoon everybody, and welcome to the final day here in Edinburgh. Who's your favourite? Who's going to win it? Good luck to everybody who is still left in, the 19 players that are in the mix. The blinds 5,000, 10,000, running ante of 1,000. Gary Bertram, William Runkeman, Ken Fong, Mindy Kyriakinis, Colin Wu, Dean Lyle and David McLean. They make up our table. And as you can see, 2 players coming onto our table, because the first person out this morning was defending champion Mr. Andy Teng. Andy eliminated. You got he was all in with ace 9 against king 7, 7 on the turn, and that was the end of the defending champion. Great effort. Just in the money, Andy Teng, £1,290. Well done to him.
Chris. And why I doubt it. Hold it down again.
So we have started. Who's your favourite? Colin in seat 5. Even though it does say his real name on the in the box. That will get changed very soon, but we all know him as Colin, affectionately known as Colin. 2 final tables on his UKPT before, and also the Champion of Champions winner back in the day. So he knows how to play Dean Lyle as well. Looking forward to watching Dean. This is Dean's first cash in his UKPT. So well done to him. GUKPT.com. Yeah, so 18 left, down to a winner sometime today, whenever that may be. Lines 5,000, 10,000 and running ante of 1,000. Average stack's about 25 bigs, just shows how steady it's actually been. At this stage I think we should be down to about 13 players, with the average stack about 40 bigs. So, afternoon in the chat box. If you're looking at the Guess Who on Facebook, there's been a clue put onto the page. £11 token up for grabs for anybody that guesses actually who it is. And then if somebody does guess it, we will stick another one in as well. So steady as you go, yet again. No fireworks at the moment, just Andy Teng being eliminated. As you know, the blog is a little bit in front of us, 30-minute delay for security reasons with the whole cards. So nobody can dwell for such a long time and find out what the cards are. Playing down to a winner at some point tonight of £33,930 for the winner. At the moment, the money stands at 1,290. Afternoon in the chat box, wherever you're watching. Hope everybody is well. A lot of people shouting for Mindy in the chat box last night. And there he is in seat number 4. The blinds at 510. He's only got 15 big blinds.
Price? 25.
bad spot, raising in the hijack to 25. Small blind wakes up with queens and the big blind wakes up with tens. Well, it's either a jam or a fold with pocket tens. And he folds, so does the original razor. Such a difficult spot with pocket tens there. Tournament life with tens. Right fold. As David had queens. Come on, Newell. Gary Bertram and Todd Cairns for the win, says Dord Elliott. And Jason shouts, come on, Newell. Who is your favourite? Good afternoon in the chat box. We're sat and ready for a good day's poker. Long day, as 19 returned. It was pretty steady for the last 2.5 levels yesterday. Slowed right down. That's when we started getting close to the money. Raising under the gun to 25, pretty standard. Flop time. 8, 10, 3, 2 downs. Set for Gary. Who checks. Colin's going to find out. Gary's probably going to re-raise. That's that. Is there any danger on that board to re-raise? Or they were just flat? There's a diamond draw, but can you really put him on diamonds? Don't mind the flat in this position. Don't mind the flat at all. Well, he has raised. As we can see, he'll probably get rid of his customer. Which he probably will. I'm not thinking that Colin's going to be calling a re-raise on a gut shot. Wow, Colin. What's happened here? The lot's gone in on a gut shot. And Colin is facing the exit door. He tried to get him off, he's not passing a set. Colin Woo, a lot of people's favourite to do very well in this comp, is staring down the barrel at a 9. Running diamonds. Basically a 9. Oh, there it is. There it is. He made the move. He got snapped by a set of 8s, as you would. And Mr. Golden Woo has just hit the 9 on the river and doubles himself up. Delicious, says Colin. Very unlucky for Gary. Gary Bertram in seat number 1. Very, very, very unlucky. So Colin stacks it all up. After getting very fortunate on the river. But he made the move. And just got lucky. It's one of those things. So blinds 5,000, 10,000, running down to 1,000, 60-minute levels. Finishing in 18th as we get all in a call. Sixes against Ace King. Sixes in front. No help at the moment for the Ace King. And it's no good. The Ace King this time doesn't hit. And David in seat number 7. David McLean. Gary doubles himself up after losing the big one to Colin Wu. The sixes are good. In 18th was Pip Arthur. So we're down to 17. Pip Arthur being knocked out on the outer table. All in under the gun +1 for the shorty with the one gappers. Does he get any action? No, he doesn't. Colin cheerleader. Gary in second, and we've got a lot of short stacks, 15 bigs and under, more than half the table. Next event, GUKPT, is Cardiff. Want to see quite a few of that. Cardiff 24th to the 31st of May. Come and join in the fun. The Ace King got out of the way there. Who had the Ace King? William in seat number 2 with Ace King folds. Wow. Wowzers. So the 10s get it through after seat 2. Doesn't want to flip. Let's see, number 2. William Runkeman. 20 big blinds. Sees ace king and decides to fold.
Chris, 25.
Dord Elliott, Gary Bertram, Todd Cairns for the win. So seat 7 re-raises this time with ace king. Afternoon everybody. Just got back in the chat box after it freezing. Afternoon John Peebles, Danny Cole, Spanish Tony. Why do they call you that, Spanish Tony? Billy Mundy, good afternoon. Never fold ace king, not even of print-along towels that I put in the cupboard. Good afternoon everybody in the chat box, I am now back with you. You've got to take your chance. Billy, you called it spot on, mate. Spanish Tony's on your birth certificate. I love it. Which part of Spain are you, mate? That's if you're in Spain. Or are you Spanish Tony living in Edinburgh? Ah, fantastic. In Spain. Yeah, welcome back. Don't know why it froze. It did, but I'm back with you now. I wasn't ignoring you all. For some reason, the chat box just seemed to freeze, but all is good now. We're back with you all. I'm ready for a good day, but what do you think about Willie's ace king pass there? Didn't really think about it either, did he? Looked down at ace king, thought for about 2 or 3 seconds, and then just flipped them in the middle. Afternoon, Mike. Mike 69. Oh, good afternoon, if indeed you are called Mike. Should have an all in the call here. Indeed we do. Chris in C8, Dean in C6. Chris Craig in seat number 8 has got the 9s against Dean Lyle, who's got ace king. And more outs, an ace, a king or a 10 needed for Dean, and it's a queen, so the 9s hold. Dean just loses a flip. Get his exact chip stack, but C8 doubles up. Oh, nice bit of info. Cheers, Billy. Chris Craig sat in seat number 8. Well, he's now got 20 bigs. He's now back in the game. So Dean Lyle now short stacked on our table. Mindy under the gun gets out of the way. Colin in seat number 5 also gets out of the way. Dean doesn't want to gamble with trash. So when you lose with ace king, you never call with ace king. When you pass ace king, you never fold it. Loving it. In my country, never call ace king. So we're not expecting Willie raises. Do apologise, Willie raises with in the small blind. It's 22. And Jack Deuce can only get you in trouble, can't it? Yep, absolutely. Get out of the way. So overnight tip leader James Mitchell, pretty steady today. He's on the second table, so we've not seen him. We'll change the tables at the break. Richard Clyde was second in chips and Usman Ulahak was third. Martin Devine was fourth. Don't forget to check all the details out on the GUKPT blog, but we are 30 minutes behind on the blog, so don't give it any spoilers. Thank you very much. So Kenny boy. Kenny Fong, small blind. What does he do? Blinds 5-10. They'll be going up in around about 20 minutes time. Small raise, so it should be about 25, 26. Yeah, raises to 26. Aye, aye. Mindy. This could just work out as a cold jump and a call and play itself aces against sevens. That's what it should do. Looking at the chip stacks, only 100,000 behind the line, 10 bigs. I'm guessing it's all going in, and I don't think the sevens will be passing. Mindy says I'm all in. The triangle is there. I'll be surprised if we get yeah. There's just bad timing. Ken Fong taps the table and says, well, "Nice hand, sir." So the sevens against the aces. Do the sevens get lucky, or do we lose another play? If we don't lose one, it's very, very close. The chip stacks are very close together. But we will check them if the sevens fail. 8 high flop. 6 would make it interesting. Well, it's 5, so we're now down to 2 sevens in the pack. It's another 8. So the aces stay in front. Not sure about the chip stacks. Paul will count them, and Kenny will either have fumes or he will be eliminated. It's very, very close. 109, 112 maybe, something like that. But we'll get confirmation. Wow, 5,500 left. 8,000 left, something like that. He ain't out, but this will be the best comeback ever seen. Ken Fong is on the fumes, he's on the button. There will be all in next hand. I am sure about that. Just unlucky. Small blind, big blind. Sevens against aces. Unlucky. So we're not out just yet, but we are on fumes. The ante's in, which is 1,000. The blind's at 5,000, 10,000.
Friends, 24,000.
Willie has got the Cowboys. Standard raise under the gun with any ace. Re-raise coming in. Well, is he going to call? Yeah, his 20k is in the middle or something like that. And yet again, it's just bad timing, isn't it? Ken's got ace king. He's thinking I've got a fantastic chance here. We have 2 all-ins now. Dean is all in with ace 6. Ken is all in with ace king. And Willie has got the kings. This is a biggie. Well, saying it's a biggie, there's 2 really short stacks. If an ace comes on the flop, then Dean would take out Ken. The chance of an ace hitting, with 2 already showing, is now pretty slim. But, as we know, anything can happen. Do the ace king and the ace 6 get lucky? Dean Lyle just sorting out pots 1, 2 and 3. 3 all-ins. Willie is not a risk. Dean and Ken are. Does the ace come to save Dean Lyle? 4, 2 hearts, Queen, 8, 4. 8, so we're drawing to an ace, these two guys. And it's a 10. The Kings take out 2. Dean Lyle is out, so too is Ken. Fantastic from the dealer, showing us which two are all in. Absolutely fantastic for information. Loving the all in. Lost 2.
Raise 22,000.
So back in the game as we lose 2 more. Dean is out. Dean Lyle. The money's jumped up. Dean for 1,400 and Ken for 1,400 as well. As we've seen, Spain 2 tablas. I still think the best Spanish is Dos San Miguel por favor. That's the best Spanish there is.
Raise 55,000.
So we're now on 15. After Ken and Dean finished 17th and 16th.
20,000. Raise 20,000.
So a steady start to today. Took a while to lose the first, which we did, and it was Andy Teng. Pip Arthur was 18th, and 17th and 16th you have just seen. Ken Fong and Dean Lyle. Colin Moon moves his chips over the line with a nut flush draw against top pair. Could call this, David. Could call this and get himself a double up. He does. He calls. Colin shows ace 2 for the nut flush. The nut flush draw for Colin against David with top pair. The King Queen is at risk, but could cripple Colin Wu in the process. Picks up more outs with a 3 or a heart. And it's an 8, it's a break. The Queen doubles, and it's a big double, and it cripples Colin Wu. David McLean doubles up. So a big double up and a double down for Colin. Not too sure on his stack size. I know they're in 20s. I just can't see if they're all whites. If they're all whites, still got 24, and still got about, looking at that, if they're 1,220. Trying to work his stack, just can't see it. So everybody folding in order.
Price 25,000.
Yeah, it looks like he's got over 100,000, doesn't it? Line's going up very shortly to 612.
25,000. New level 6,000, 12,000, 15,000.
So the line's up 6,000, 12,000.
6, 12,
Running ante of 1,500, I think. It is indeed, I think it's a 1,500 running ante. The line's at 612.
way too much. That's it.
So just going to get the average stack. Lines up. Catch you back in 1 minute's time. Great game going on here in Edinburgh.
Raise all in. Oh. No, no, how much I lived it's too much. 12. Yeah. Yeah. What did you have for the 20 book? A lot. I don't know. I think it was 23. Maybe 24. 25,000.
Down to 14 is on the second table. Todd Cairns has been eliminated in 15th. We're down to 14. 320,000 average. So we're down to 14. Todd Cairns, last man out. James Mitchell, still chip leader, going along nicely. Table change at the break, which will be another 55 minutes, as the blinds have only just gone up to 6:12. Afternoon, wherever you may be. Spain's watching. Good to see. Where is everybody this afternoon? What is everybody up to, apart from watching the live stream? If you're on the grind a little bit later, good luck. Everybody likes to grind while they're watching the live stream. In my country we grind wheat and barley mainly. Oh, love it. Loving it, loving it, loving it. Which part of Spain is it, Tony? under the gun with the snowmen. Colin Moore. Just counting his stack. Looks like they're all 1000s, doesn't it? About 110,000 man looks like. Gets out of the way eventually. Thinks about it, but nope, gets out of the way. Yeah, I thought the push was coming, but it never materialised. Under the gun raise, looking strong. So Colin moves his stack over the line with the 9s. Does he get any action? No, just increases his stack slightly with the blinds and the antes. Raising up under the gun +1. Chris in seat number 8. Chris Craig. Willie in seat 2 on the button, re-raises. And Chris with ace jack gets out of the way. Willie shows a bit more aggression, gets over 300,000. 4 stacks under 20 big blinds. Afternoon, Ricky. Go, Willie. So all is quiet at the moment, very steady now, getting down towards the nitty gritty. 14 left. Very steady on the other table as well. PK's just told me there's been a lot of raise folding all the way around. James Mitchell still chip leader on the second table, taking it nice and steady. And Colin moves his triangle over the line.
Nice answer, Ricky. Nice answer, I like it. Oh, you do make me chuckle sometimes. When we get to the final table, we'll have 2 or 3 £11 tokens to give away. All you need is a Grosvenor Poker account, and we'll give those tokens away during the day. We'll have 2 or 3. We'll have 2 or 3 during the final. Make them relevant questions. Ashley Partridge, good afternoon. Hope you are well. Colin Wu raises up with the connectors. Everybody folds in turn, down to the small blind, C1. Gary's got the paint. Who wants to see a flop? And Willie will get out of the way. So Willie gets out of the way. 6 high flop, 6, 5, 3, 2 clubs. Willie's not in the hand right of it, and seat number 2. Colin showing the aggression with the initial raise pre and C bets, and it's a winner. Yep, Cardiff is the next leg. 21st till the 24th till the 31st of May. Dundee 25-25 is the 21st till the 24th. Yep. 24th of May till the 31st of May is Cardiff. Dundee 25-25 is the 21st of May until the 24th of May. So could end up playing both.
you play the 25-25 in Dundee cash, finish in the top 5, and then go straight to Cardiff for the festival down there. Easy. Well, in theory.
There's 25,000. That's all it.
So Colin jams the cut-off raise with an ace, and it's good. Nicks some chips. Line's at 6-12. There's only one player on the table with average stack or more. Do any of you guys like pie? If we're talking about meat pie, are we talking about meat pie? Steak pie, meat pie, Scotch pies. Yes. No, I don't think it's a bad play, to be fair. I think he's probably expecting seat 1 to be opening light to take down the blinds. Colin looks down at an ace. He's got less than 20 bigs. Pretty standard. If he gets called, obviously he knows he's behind. But he nicked the blinds, the antes and the min raise. So when only one person at the table has got average stack or more, the rest are playing pretty shallow. So sometimes the aggression wins.
There's all in.
So Colin's showing more aggression than anybody else on the table. One player on the table is above average stack.
One player.
Just the one. So Colin gets there on the flop. Jack, 9, 2, 2 clubs. 3 on the turn. Willie, Runkeman. Bets out. Colin might re-raise here. No, just a call. And the river's a brick. This might go check. Or does Willie think he has to bet to win the pot? When he gets called on the turn, does he think he's winning? Yeah, it does go check. Colin wins with a jack. So Colin showing the aggression again in the eyes, it raises. And the blinds at 6-12. And everybody's out of the way. And now takes over the chip lead. That is the aggression shown by Colin Wu. Down to 100,000. And with a bit of aggression for a couple of orbits, up to chip leader. So around about 20 minutes to go, just over 20 minutes to go until the first session is over, and a 15-minute break. Still on 14. Yeah, I think a lot of players like that, Jason. I think you've got it spot on. Chris, biding his time, a lot of players are doing exactly the same. We've got an all-in and a call situation. We've got James in seat number 9 with the 8s and the 10-8 from Garrett, jamming the button but getting cold. We have an all-in situation. It looks like seat 1 is at risk. The 10-8 is at risk. Gary Bertram is all in. And as you can see, the triangle is on the all-in cards, so 10-8 held by Gary is the all-in player and at risk. Needs a 10 or running hearts. Is it the 10? He has hit the 10. And doubles up to leave James now on fumes. Raise on the button, jam on the small blind. Pretty standard stuff with the stacks. Call from James with the snowman, and we hit a 10. Gary Bertram doubles up. Yeah, he got lucky. He thought the button was at it. He jammed with 10-8, but the button had a hand. And it's one of the 3 outs. So yeah, slightly lucky. But pretty standard play. And Gary Bertram gets a double up and to leave James on fumes. James Sassy in seat number 9. Yeah, that's true. He had a set against Colin Wu, or else he would have been chip leader on the table. So Gary in seat number 1 has got the 8s this time, and it's good as everybody else gets out of the way. So raise under the gun, defend with my Colin, who hits the lead. And calls. Now he has hit. David in seat 7. David McLean. And now Colin will not be passing. Both check. Ace or a king come on the river, and we could have a big pot. It's not, it's a blank 3. Colin sticking some kind of value bet, around about half pot. I'll try about 50. Go on then, 52. Let's have a guess at 52. See if he can get a call. Don't think he's going to, no matter what bet he puts in. And Colin's aggression from 120,000 to 400,000 gives him the chip lead on the table. And he's bet 45. Still don't think he gets called. Still don't think he gets called. I'll be surprised if ASI calls this. Two pair on the turn. Wow! Wow! Wrong. It's all about the timing. And it is bad timing from David, who re-raises to 120,000. Colin just calls. Yeah, this is call. And he shows two pair. I was a little bit worried about the straight cards, maybe a set of 3s, set of 4s, but would have showed more aggression, especially with the 4s. So Colin takes another big pot. Still chip leader on the table, Colin Woo. So Colin Woo doubles himself up, loses a pot, gets himself down to 10 bigs, shows the aggression, and is now close to $500,000 and chip leader on the table. 14 left. Still 14. Hijack raises 8-9 suited. The suited connectors. David defends the big blind with Queen 8. That looks like a very nice flop. Indeed it is. Look at that. Delicious. If Gary tries to rep an ace here, could get himself into a lot of trouble. And he may just bet a small amount, 25,000. Don't get rid of your opponents. Well, I moved all in. Alright then. I will get rid of my opponents. A bit too aggressive there with trip queens.
71.
Still on 14, heading towards the break. Round about 10 minutes to go until the first 15-minute break of the day. James in C9 moves all in for his 5 bigs. Just Colin on the button. Cole? He has shown more aggression than anybody else at the table, so he might try and isolate here by re-raising. So, well, he just calls, and everybody else out of the way. Here we go. Five, 6 for James, all in. James Sassy in seat number 9 needs to get a little bit lucky, but 50-50. Who wins it? Well, he's at the 5, but there's a flush draw. Straight draw as well, just needs to fade a heart, a 10 or a king. Yes, there we go. 2 pair. So Colin loses 1, James doubles up. Still chip lead on the table, even though he's just doubled up the short stack, because the short stack only had 5 bigs. Willie down to 179, middle lines at 612. We're going to raise +1. James Sassett has to give up his big blind with an ace to the raise from Willie. 6 or 7 minutes to go of the first session. Colin Wu The only person over average stack. Mindy +1. Should we raise in? Just deciding on what. Oh, jams. Jams with ace jack. Everybody out the way. Big blind's just gonna fold. Yep, indeed it does. So we've gone into shoving mode for quite a few of these now with blinds at 6-12. And like I say, there's only one person over average stack, and that's Colin Wu. Coming up towards the break, a couple of hands left at this level, and then a 15-minute break, and I think we change tables. So James all in the cutoff. Ace 9 passes. Mindy, ace queen. Could be trouble for James. It is. We've got a call. Mindy has ace queen against the ace 9. Flop time. The ace 9 is at risk. 9 on the flop, but also a queen, so we need to hit another 9. 10 would be interesting. There's a jack, both hit 2 pair, but we now need a 9. And it's a 4, ace, queen, 2 pair. And we've lost James Sassy in seat number 9. So Mindy scoops in James's chips. James Sassy. James out for £1,640. Well done, sir.
Yes.
And that, as you can see, is that. There's 15-minute break. Players. So back at 2:45 with the new table. See you then. Back in sunny Brighton. Who is going to be victorious? Let's go and find out. This is the tower stood in front of Brighton Pier.
Well, there's no movement. He has the whole chip, so there's nothing you can do about it. 150. How much is it? 125. 125 it is. Amazing. Yeah. Can you follow back? Yeah, well, that's it. 92. Yeah. Okay, guys, we can take a seat. You made it. You made it to the feature. Being busy today. 100. 20, 25. Yeah. So guys, take a seat. No. Should be 13. Yes, it's 13. I know it's 13. You'll know. You are? It's only 40. You change the tables. Ah. Same seats, different table. Yeah. So I'll be taking that out in the morning. Yeah, 2 play dead. Alright. 20 is 40. 50, yeah? It's yours, yeah? It's yours. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 100. Okay. 1, 2, 300. 100, 200, 2, 3, 4, 5, 300. Yeah. Oh, you're joking. 24, 60. Okay guys, there's a new denomination chips in play, 25,000.
There we go, guys and girls, welcome back. 15-minute break had. Here we go. New colour chip in play. The red one is 25,000, as Yanis has just said.
Anything else, Mr.
Everyone on this table. Everyone before. On you, yeah? Everyone has been before. No, okay. I can start here. There, everyone. Okay. Right. Be soft.
So the new table with the blinds 8-16 with a 2. Martin Devine in seat 1. Paul Strachan in seat number 2. 643,000 chip leader. Richard Clyde 385. Steve Duncan 199. James Mitchell in seat 7 on 609. Steve Wood 532. Usman Ul Haq on 346. Hell of a lot more chips on this table than our first table. A lot more chips. Interesting talking to Martin Devine before the game today, and spoke to him yesterday as well. He was telling me of his theory of playing one hand an hour, and it has worked, and it has got him in the money. So new table, new dynamics, a lot more chips. How will the game pan out? We are on 13. As last hand before the break, James Sassy on our table was eliminated. 13 left. I think the money jump has gone up as well. Yeah, 13, 1,640. And then 12 and 11 get 1,870, and 10th is 22.30. Jason says, come on, Steve Duncan. Well, 200,000 chips in seat number 5. With the hat on, listening to I don't know, what's he listening to? What shall we guess at? What will Steve Devine, what will Steve Duncan be listening to? A bit of Hard House, do you think?
I don't mind it. Never feel sorry to give me you had your time. People are happy about this.
James in the cutoff. Raises to 35. Small and big are going to get out of the way. Martin. Yep. On his theory of one hand an hour, 4-7 will not be it.
Really? I don't know what. That's bad.
Without bad, I didn't went for this. I went to see it. Five. Oh.
So they're both in 8. 836 Rainbow. 836 Rainbow. Paul on the big blind. A bet and a call of 35,000. Paul checks. James Mitchell shows the aggression. I think he'll get called from Paul in seat number 2. Paul Strachan. Or does he think James is floating as he hit his queen? It's very dry otherwise, isn't it? No, the best hand is out the way. James Mitchell's aggression is good.
That one's, this one's better. They're all the same. It's a new one.
So still on 13. So if you've just come back from making a cup of tea, C1 Martin Devine, Paul Strachan in 2, Richard Clyde in 3, Steve Duncan in 4, James Mitchell in 7, Stephen Wood and Usman Ul-Haq. Right, we've moved Usman because in 13th was Chris Craig. Chris Craig was out on the outer table, all in with A6 against pocket 4s of Colin Wu, and Colin's 4s just stayed in front. Board was 5-5, 8, Queen 5, no dramas. Chris out in 13th, which means Usman balanced the tables and we're down to 12. So James Mitchell, as you can see, 690,000 chip leader. We're down to 12. The money has jumped. £1,870 for next two people that are out.
Set it two.
Ball's gone. So the button raises. Well, button re-raises. James in seat 7 raises. Paul in seat 2 re-raises with ace king. And I think James will flick him in. Yes, indeed he does. So we're on 2 tables of 6, last 12 players in Edinburgh 2015. Who's your money on? Blinds 8,000, 16,000, running ante 2,000. Next event on the GUKPT circuit is Cardiff, the 24th till the 31st of May, bank holiday weekend. Should be a cracker. Yeah. Looking forward to going to come back to Cardiff. 2 years on the trot, and with the numbers so good in Edinburgh, would be surprised if next year we're not back again. C1 Martin moves all in with ace jack. It's his 1 hand an hour. This is it. James Mitchell with 55 main hand. He might just call this. He's got the chips. He has. He's flicked it in. The ace jack of Martin Devine is all in. The all in button is on the cards that are all in. Great touch from the dealers, by the way. Every credit. Martin Devine needs to hit an ace or a jack, a 10 or a king for a sweat. It is not. He needs an ace or a jack, or his 1 hand an hour is out. It's a 6. Martin Devine, who told me yesterday that he is playing 1 hand an hour, shakes the hand of the guys around the table. He's turned a £25 satellite into £1,870. Let me tell you, that's not a bad effort, and that is the way to do it. Excellent. Not a bad ROI from Martin Devine. We're down to 11. So we're down to 11. Martin Devine out in 12th. Well done to him. James Mitchell still chip leader. Irish Open winner. The last time he cashed in a GUKPT was the end of last year in Blackpool. Came fourth on the final table for £16,600. Who's to say he's not going to add another 33 to his total? His earnings already was 1.6 million. Bless you. Did you know in the olden days of radio you used to get suspended for sneezing live on air?
No.
Yeah, true story. True story. You used to have to turn the mic off, sneeze, come back. Oh yes. See, true story that, by the way. So still on 12. Loving the guesses today on the face. I'm going to give you another clue because this has to go. It has to. It's not the Devilfish. It's not Samuel L. Jackson. It's not Colin Woo. It's not Dwight York, and it's not David Hay. The clue this morning was he is in Edinburgh at the GUKPT, and I've not seen Dwight York or Samuel L. Jackson at this moment in time. But if anybody has seen him, thank you. If anybody's seen them in the building, can you get them into the commentary box, please? It will be given. We will have another clue very, very shortly because it has to go for an £11 token. It has to. It has to. And if you're in the chat box, yeah, the answer has to be on Facebook, GUKPT Facebook page. Who is it? So James Mitchell, chip leader.
Don't even know what that is. Sorry. Don't even know what that is. Is it working out? Squad 26. I've still got a full fire.
We are on 11. Lines 816. 8,000, 16,000. Running on chip 2.
Oh, that's nice. Wait, it's 38,000. Oh. My generation, I'm having Instagram.
Under the gun, raised it up, in position, on the big blind, same hand, Paul Strachan.
Cool. Yeah, thank you. We can all agree on this.
Who calls and sees a 9 high flop. If he leads out, he might get Richard, the initial raiser, to fold. Richard Clyde. A lot more chips on this table than the secondary table. You counting down to re-raise? He is indeed. Oh no, just a call. 50,000 and a call. Well, he had the redraw of the ace of hearts and now he's turned the flush draw. Might go check this. No, Paul showing the aggression and barreling and keeps it really small. Just 30,000. Bet 50 on the flop, 30 on the turn. So a call of 30, so bet 50 and a call of 30. Sorry, bet 50.
Final table, we have seat 1, David McLean, seat 2, David Mitchell, seat 3.
100,000. It's Sherman Bowman.
Okay guys, we're playing hand for hand now for the final table. There's an all-in and a call on the table. Can we please keep the card face down and let the hand finish on the...
So barreled every street, and with the aggression, Paul wins the hand. As you can hear, Yanis is shouting. Yanis is shouting, we are hand for hand, because in 11th was Willie Runkeman. Taken out by Colin Moore for £1,870. Means we're hand for the final table.
Right. 38,000.
So hand for hand now, which means play slows down. Both tables have to start at the same time. Queen, 4, king, ace on the turn. 8 on the river. And Paul with their bets out and might just get the others to fold. Yep, indeed he does. Nice hand, Paul. 900,000 chips for Paul Strachan, and chip leader in the tournament.
Okay, dealers, we are the hand, please. Right, 32,000.
James Mitchell under the gun, raising up. Everybody else gets out of the way. Hand for hand for the final table. Person finishing in 10th place will get £2,230. And if you like Martin Devine, satellited in for £25. It's a fantastic ROI.
Fire on. I'm doing one.
What is it? Everybody's standing up, so it looks like we have an all-in. Might be, I don't know if there's a call, but everybody's gone over to have a check. We have an all-in and a call on the outer table by the looks. Everybody's standing up. They're all standing up. And James Mitchell, he doesn't care. Everybody sits down. Short stack doubles. Double me up, baby. Richard in seat 4. In the cut-off as everybody else folds with ace king. Moves all in. With the lines at 816. 213,000. James Mitchell sat with 800,000 and got ace jack. Does he think the short stack is going to do it with a hand worse than ace jack, or no? And everybody gets out of the way. Next to blinds and the antes still on the bubble for the final table. Final 10. All in again from Richard. Oh, this time he could get looked up. This time we could have ace king against pocket fives and a race and two chip stacks that are very, very close to each other. And indeed we do. We've got two triangles in. I'm not too sure who's actually all in here because the stacks are very, very similar. Always making room for a slight error on the stacks. So Mike is just counting it out for us. Thanks to him, to find out which player is all in, because it is a big all in, and the all in is Steve with the ace king against pocket fives. It's a race. Who wins it? 60-40 in the favour of the fives.
That's might be a good idea, actually.
The all in is over the ace king. Pocket fives are in front and not all in. The ace king needs to hit or we're on a final table. Jack 7-9, no good at the moment for the ace king. There's no redraws anymore. We need an ace or a king or we're on a final. It's a 4 of hearts. Ladies and gentlemen, we are on a final here in Edinburgh. Steve is all out. Richard takes him out. We are on a final table. Richard Clyde gets his chips. There will be a 10-minute break. We'll leave the pictures on and we'll be back for the final new seat draw. Full chip counts on the way. We'll leave the pictures so you can see the guys coming back with you very, very soon with the final here in Edinburgh.
Shall I change all the shit to 25k?
Players and chip counts up.
Yeah, I would do. This guy could be. Can't stack them up properly.
They're too slidey, they're too down. Decent prediction, I think. Decent prediction. Should be alright. Go check that. Please. Can we do it again? Yeah. I think it's all going to be right. That's right. Pop on that one. Yeah. Sweet. 2, 4, 4, 15. 420, 480, 492. Yeah, should we just go with these then? What's this one got? We got that as 811. Five, 6, 819. This one's 394. 394. 394, yeah. Okay, 202. 89.
Yep.
2, 4, 6, 5. What's next? James is C2. Steve is in C4. That jacket goes to there. Switch it off. This one on the back is C4. And that's the drink. Alright. Nervous? You got it. I always do it, I don't know why. You always do it? You when I used to borrow money off my office, I used to give money to people. Yeah. Like paying people to the restaurant, I always pay money. You know what I'm saying? They don't pay for anything, you clean your hands straight after, but no one. Yeah. I don't know. Even if you go into the Tesco, I catch myself just pay for food and she's giving money. What? What are you doing? What are you doing? Should we unrack all these?
Not all. Some yet.
Are you going to colour it? Button is
Button will be in C4 we started?
Yeah.
C4. Then we start today. 250. Yeah, that can do it. 250.
This guy could do quite a lot in taking off. Not very good at stacking the chip.
No, it's not. That's
Seems to fumble and take quite a lot of it, I think. We're just cutting down 5 lanes around 10 seconds and just stop doing 50k.
What's your length? 1, 2, 3, 5, 350. Three hundred? 2 million and 2 million 50 is on the table.
Spread it properly.
Where are the... I think they're still online.
Whereabouts is that? I knew it would be set in and I see it, I can just see the first.
So you are James Mitchell. Stop. Draw, please. Draw. Cease and draw. The paper there, put it in. Oh, look. Yeah, thank you. One more. Right. No, I got it halfway.
Do we get to keep the pens? If you want to keep the pen, you can certainly keep it. What about souvenir? Absolutely. Absolutely.
Calculated 100, 200, 225, 325, 330, 100, 200, 225, 325.
Okay.
350. Have we got to sell the trip?
What's your doing? 5? Yeah. What's your name? Paul. Paul, you'll see 9. Down to 6. Yeah. Wow. If you want to go all in, just throw that in towards the. Yeah, you know, this is it's a left. Yep. Can you pass those?
Yeah. 100, 200, 275, 995, 300. 100, 200, 300. Get there. Thank you. Have any looking nice then?
Anybody want to drink?
Thank you.
Okay, guys, also you get £25 for full drinks today.
Keep the pen.
There you go. You can keep the pens if you wish. Drinks, food, anything. Drinks and food.
You can make cash out. So when we're all finished, we just put all these behind the bar and just get a gate. Finish? Yeah. Thank you, sir.
That's right.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Guess it's not good bit then. What's the buying with
Last
the
one,
winning?
yeah?
What's the the buying with the winning?
It's ordered, yeah?
I'm going for a Skoda.
Sir. Sir. Sorry, 20, 40, 50, yeah? Thank you. Why with you? 50. Yeah? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. No, keep it there. If you're going to be all in, just throw it in, yeah? Alright.
Anybody else?
Water. Can I get a cup?
If you're going to be all in, just throw it in.
Is there any preference? Are you want me to call you by name or are you calling instead of iCloud? Anyone else? Stephen? Is Steve?
Steven.
Stephen. Hey guys, welcome to GUKPT Edinburgh. C2, James Mitchell.
So here we go. So here we go, Dave McLean, 178, one of the short stacks, James Mitchell, 819, second in chips. Mindy, Triacunas, on 303,000. Steve Wood with a hat is on 394. Richard Clyde, 492. Usman Ulhak, 280.
8,000, 60,000, 860, please.
Colin Wu, 1 million. First person over $1 million. And chip leader.
I saw it yesterday.
Gary Bertram on 216. And Paul Strachan in seat number 9. 854,000. 3 big stacks. The rest are relatively short. We are now ready for the final. Let's go. Who's going to win?
Race 32.
Who is it going to be? So the first hand with the blinds at 8,000, 16,000. Come on the Woo and Mindy, says Lewis. First flop of the final, Queen 4-3. James Mitchell in seat number 2, Colin Wu, seat number 7. So both check the flop. Colin has more outs. So James calls. Gonna see the river Colin needs to hit to win the hand, or James. Oh, there's the running spades. Delicious for Colin. Delicious for Colin. He has to stick a bet in. About 80k, hopefully. So Colin hits the back door. What is the size of the bet? What is the value bet coming in? Pot is just over 200,000 and 125,000 bet by Colin and a fold from James Mitchell. So, too much to get cold is what we're saying. Alan says the live stream is wrecked. I'm not too sure. I don't think anybody else is struggling, to be fair. Alan, just try either a reboot of the page, GUKPT.com. We have an all-in. Mine's at 8,000, 16,000, 212,000. Pocket sevens for Gary Bertram. And it looks like it gets through. It does. Absolutely. That's why it's such an individual game, poker. It really is. It is such an individual game. Nobody thinks the same. We all read the books, or we've all read the books. Some people don't even read books. Play in their own style. Do you think Ali Malou's ever read a book in his life? No. David Van Ploeg, $3.5 million. Does everybody play the same as Scotland's all-time money winner? No, we all play different. Irish Open winner in seat number 2, James Mitchell. It's an individual game, and styles help as well. So it's just one of those, isn't it?
38,000.
225,000.
Stop.
So the final table has started. C1 Dave McLean, James Mitchell, Mindy Kriakunis, Stephen Wood, Richard Clyde, Usman Ulak, Colin Wu, Gary Bertram and Paul Strachan are the 9 heroes that have made the final table from the 234 that played here in Edinburgh. Richard was always in front, but it just improved slightly on the turn in the river. Colin, Paul, James, and then Richard, and then everybody else has got 20 bigs or less.
Raise 32,000.
So, raise on the button, call from Paul. The first bet will probably take it down, and we have a C bet from Paul. No. Colin decides against it, and Paul Strachan. So blinds 8-16, running ante of 2,000. Final table just started. All passing round in turn. Right, King Deuce raising it up to 40,000. King Deuce in the big blind. Gets out of the way. So Colin, Paul, James and Richard pretty comfortable, and the rest are heading towards the 25 big blind bracket or less. David, short stack at the moment in seat 1. Who's my money on? Oh, here we go. So Richard in seat 5. Who's my money on for Arsenal? I back the draw. I back the draw at 11 to 5. So raise by Richard with Ace King. Richard Clyde being quite active. And a call from James Mitchell with the suited connectors. Ten, Jack, 4, 2 clubs. James hits the front. So let the call. James hits trips on the turn. And he goes check, check. An ace or a king on the river. Ah, they're going to say we could have been trouble. But a blank 3. Now James. What kind of bet is going to get called? 60k? Yeah, that's 100. And the Ace King has to get out of the way. Still on 9 for the final.
Afternoon, Tower.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I introduce to you Mr. Jeff Kimber? How are you doing, buddy?
Hello, mate. I'm alright. Slept it off.
Go. I didn't see you yesterday. I didn't like your tweet at all.
What was my tweet?
Your tweet or your Facebook message about the way you went out.
Yeah, it was pretty ugly. I don't know. I think I made the odd mistake, but it was. I ran into the aces once. The guy had the aces on the button against my small blind tens, and then I found the aces, and the guy defended 7-9 offsuit, and found the 5-6-8 flop, which I guess that's why you defend 7-9 offsuit. But I noticed the fella's not here now, so I guess he didn't do much with the chips.
No. So we're on the final table.
Yeah, got big hand here actually.
You walk straight in. We've got aces.
I think Paul might be the seat 9 with the aces. Might be the guy who had the aces on the button against me when I had tens in the small blind. And I think I should have thought about folding a bit more than I did. I think we were playing 1,000, 2,000. He made it 5,000 on the button. I made it 14,000, and he shoved for 75,000. And I called. And I think maybe against an older guy who probably isn't bluffing as much, maybe I should have thought about folding there.
Yeah.
That was my thought this morning when I was thinking about mistakes.
Well, Paul's second in chips coming into the final, over 800,000 chips.
Okay.
So, chip leader seat 7, Colin Wu.
Wow, Colin's really active. He was chip leader yesterday, and I sat beside him all of the start, for the first 5 hours, and he dusted most of them off. Like, he cold 4-bet me on the TV table. I don't even know what he had there, actually. When I had kings, he decided it was a good time to cold 4-bet me when we both had big stacks. I 5-bet all in, and he passed. So he puts his chips to work, right? Do you remember what he had there?
I can't, no, I can't now, you see.
There's a Chinese young lad in seat 1, he played pretty well. He raised. I 3-bet him from the small blind, and Colin 4-bet the big blind. The razor passed, I shipped and Colin passed. But he put in about 30,000, and I think, we only had like 150,000, say, something like that. So it's, pretty.
Well, he was down to 120,000 today.
Now he's got them back up again.
Now he's got the more aggressive player when there were like 13 and 14 left. He was the only guy that was trying to gamble, and he did a lot of moving at the time and went from 120 to basically 350 without showing a card.
That's the way to do it, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, you have to be sure you're on a passive table to be able to do it, but once you are, then if it's one of those tables where people make it obvious when they've got a hand to you, that's the only time they put up any resistance, then it's definitely the way to do it.
That's true.
Afternoon, Mike. Nice to see you in the chat box.
We're still not sure if it's real.
Maybe it's real then, you never know.
Absolutely. One of my school friends was called Adam Hunt, and his dad was actually called Michael.
Really?
Yes.
I used to go to university with a guy called Wayne Ankers, spelled A-N-K-E-R-S, and he became a journalist as well, Mr. Ankers.
Straight into it. Ace King of clubs against pocket fives, and it looks like the fives are all in.
That's C8, that's Gary in C8.
Yeah, the show, yeah. Gary Bertram.
Just ran into the aces last hand, didn't he? And now he's running into an ace king. Got the best hand though.
Here we go. Does he stay in front? Gary Bertram. No, the ace straight on the
got
flop.
some backdoors though. 6-7. He's got backdoor straight and flush.
Four or an 8.
4 diamonds would be nice. No, that's a killer card. Now he's just down to a 5.
Down to a 5. And it's a jack. 5, first round applause. Well done, Gary. Well done, Gary, indeed. Gary Bertram for £2,690.
Oh, you almost had to pay him some extra there for that. With your pay packet, that would have been good.
The back door, very unlucky. Very unlucky. First man out of the final. We are.
So it's good news for David there, and he's got 8 big blinds. You always love it when you get a ladder up when you're not involved, when you're down to 8 bigs. So what's that one, David? About 400 quid or something?
It has 31.60 next.
Yeah, about 400 quid for sitting funking for that race. So David's managed to at least win that.
Well, don't forget to the final. Gary Bertram out in 9th.
What's the mixture of locals compared to non-locals? You can see James Mitchell, obviously, not a local.
There are, I think, the other 8 must be a local, to be fair.
I mean, we count Colin. I think Colin's from Dundee, isn't he?
Yes, he is, yes.
I think he travels over here.
Yeah.
So Scots, anyway, we'll count them as Scottish.
Yeah, and running through running through some of the database, can't find many that have cashed in GUKPTs.
How do you say seat three's name?
Mindy.
Oh, Mindy.
Yes.
Did he tell you that, or have you made
Yep.
that?
No, we got told his
He
name
sounds
is Mindy.
Latvian. That name sounds to me, or Lithuanian. Maybe
Mindy
Lithuanian.
Gauss Kriakunaus. Mindy.
Mindy. We like it when they make it easy for us.
Afternoon Asif. Asif Wallace just come to join us. Afternoon Tower. Afternoon Jeff.
Afternoon. Always like the chat box. Chat box
Yeah, it's been
whirring is
good.
always good for us.
Yeah, it has been good. Who's winning the snooker? Don't know.
I've got Joe Perry each way, and when we were playing yesterday, the day before, a Scottish guy knocked out the world champ, didn't he, Mark Selby?
Oh, did he?
And he's in the same quarter as my each way bet, so that
right.
could be good news for me.
Well, there you go. Excellent stuff. Joe Perry. Why Joe Perry? Where did you pick that from?
One of my mates used to be a snooker trader, odds I told me about back.
Oh, right, okay.
So it's a good each way bet. I like an 80 to 1 shot, me.
80 to 1 each way. Obviously, that's 1-2.
Yeah. Got to make the final. He's only made the second round 3 times or something.
Oh, right, okay.
What have we got in the football?
Back the draw, but I've backed Carzola to score first goal for some reason.
Carzola?
Yeah. Well, he takes the free kicks and penalties, doesn't he? And he's 15s. 15.5 on Betfair.
I'm backed Kazoni, first goal.
All right.
He's really good in the air.
Colin LeWoo picks up the Colin Wu picks up the hooks. Here's 10 of clubs in the hijack. Mindy's gonna get out of the way with a nut low. And Button is going to get out of the way. Just the blinds to get through now for Colin. They'd like a call there, actually. If he's not, he'd just snap folders.
Wow, to Colin as well. You feel a bit aggrieved when you're as active as Colin and you finally find a hand and nobody plays back at you because he plays plenty of non-premiums.
That's if what he says he can't log on to Grosvenor Poker. I don't know the answer to that one, my friend. I wish I did.
I know that when I couldn't log on, I uninstalled it and reinstalled it and it worked. Whether there's a better way of doing it than that, I don't know, but it only takes 5 minutes, so give it a whirl. If it's a widespread problem, they'll tell us and we'll get Rory on the case.
Rory's been in the chat box this week as well. David shoves under the gun +1. He's going to get called here by Colin. He does. We've got 10s for Colin Wu, Queen 9 for David McLean in seat number 1. He jammed, knowing he was on the blinds next couple of hands, and only got about 8 bigs.
Correct, Joe, I think.
Yeah,
Right thing
yeah,
to
absolutely. I don't mind the shove at all. What you don't want to do is having to call because you're in the blinds
exactly.
when you've got 4-6 or something like that, or 9 deuce.
He's got an overcard, he's got a chance.
Queen 9 against 10s. The all-in player has Queen 9. A jack needed, or an 8, or a king. Straight cards, basically. No, that is it. That is it. We have just lost David McLean in 8th. Well done, David, for £3,160. So £3,160. Collingwood takes out another.
Increases the chip lead.
To 1.3 million with the blinds at 8.
Usman's down to 10 big blinds now. They've
Seen him quite a bit as well on the feature tables. So he's played well.
I might go for an Astra or something. I've actually put a post back in.
James rates to 40,000.
So an under the gun raise from James Mitchell.
He's not been getting too busy, has he, James?
No, he hasn't. No, he hasn't. He was one of the chip leaders at the first break and third in chips on the final table, but hasn't been overactive.
You always kind of presume that the guy you've heard of at the final, the most experienced one, is going to be playing every hand and trying to bash people up left, right, and centre. But he's got loads of experience at final tables, hasn't he? And
yes.
We watched. Where was it? Blackpool. We watched him.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, fourth in Blackpool. Yep.
A bit unlucky to come fourth there, I think.
Must ask him why Edinburgh. Seems though he lives in Wimbledon. Oh. Maybe he fancied a trip up to this beautiful city that we are in. And thought, why not?
Yeah, I don't know why that would be, but I mean, this is the biggest and best tournament on this weekend, so
yeah.
This was a weekend you could play poker.
Well, it's certainly made it to good use.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was an easy
The final is rolling.
Just in front, please.
Hold on for the count.
200.
Rolling is 200,000 in total. Golden tosses. Gold tosses.
Well, we do have a call, and it's 9s against Usman's 780 clubs. I like the 780 clubs.
No, he's a bit lucky to run into a there, isn't he? Much rather a call off an ace king or ace queen. Even got his clubs killed as well. And 2 of his straight cards.
Yeah, I suppose he's got the block. Yeah, the blockers are there, but 780 clubs for Usman needs to hit more than once to survive. The flop 8, 6, 3. He has hit an 8 with the all-in player as the 8-7. 5 high. Here we go. He can hit a 9, but 2 are on the board already. 4 and 9 and 8.
But not a 7 anymore.
But not a 7 because he can't hit the 7. Deuce. Oh wow, a absolute brick of a deuce of clubs. But Usman all hat has finished in 7th. Well done, fella. £3,740.
I can't remember a final table fella. We've just seen the guy with the least chips stick it in and get knocked out.
Yeah, yeah, we've not had a double up
every
yet.
confrontation.
If you want to shape, I raise you.
And now Mindy's in one of those spots as well. He's got half what the next guy's got. He's only got 12 bids. Kind of a no-lose situation.
Well, just like that. Just like that, Jeff, you've come to a table and I don't know what you brought in with you, but you're facing some kind of some kind of formula that no all-in player has doubled up yet.
I feel like I'm watching highlights. Still don't know. Keep it running for the whole series.
This is rated 44,000.
So 3 players all in, 3 players eliminated. Gary Bertram in 9th, David McLean in 8th and Osman Ul Haq in 7th. We're down to 6. Next out.
Overwhelmed
We'll get £4,560.
Dealer of death here, aren't we? Knocking them out left, right and centre.
So Richard under the gun. Richard Clyde. Played pretty solid as Richard. Like Richard's game, has played pretty solid poker all week. Been impressed. So Mindy jams the small blind. Don't think Stephen's calling like ever. King 4.
Common heart goes to the TV table.
Can I get that tea and wait, coffee picture.
Anything else? Nothing?
Conway to 40,000.
So in quick succession, 9, 8 and 7 have been eliminated. Colin Wu, still chip leader, 1.2 million, but very close behind him is Paul Strachan on 938,000, very close to a mil with the blinds. At 10.20.
And Colin Party and Paul.
So short stack is Mindy on 12 bigs.
Put on the Bermuda Triangle.
So 10,000, 20,000, running ante of 2,000.
That's the thing, when we come back with a lot of players, you don't get as much play at the final, I don't think.
No.
I think the stacks get shallower quickly.
Yeah, I think the last 3 hours yesterday determined the state of play today, because it went really quiet, didn't it, and really slow, and it was just one of those things that we're getting close to the money. Nobody wanted out. A lot of players have satellited in for £50.
One of my favourite quotes was from Paul McTaggart in the bar. He said, "Everyone at my table's got in this tournament for 30 quid. I'm in for 1,500 quid and they've still got more chips than me." Really laugh. Loads of satellite qualifiers though.
Yeah, over 50 from the club, which is superb.
The guarantee is
last year when we went to Cardiff last year, they had more live qualifiers than anybody else on the circuit. And I think that also helped them getting the tour back this year, and we're there in a month's time. 24th till the 31st of May is the festival.
I like the fact we go to all the capital cities, don't you, on a UK tour?
Yeah.
There was one in London, which basically felt like a side event of GUKPT.
Yeah.
And a jolly up in Marbella in June, in which most people want to get knocked out of the poker, so they
just party in Marbella.
Yeah, just have a lad's holiday kind of thing. So we're saying they're fairly short stack, but there's James and Colin both have over $1 million, don't they? So they've both got, what's the big line? 20,000.
Yeah, 10-20.
Both got 50 bigs.
If you take those two out of play, the rest.
Yeah, they're pretty short.
The rest are on 20 bigs or just over. It's not.
It's almost like you're playing two different tournaments for a while, isn't it? You're trying to
Alright, there's the triangle.
Tony the Tiger in the middle there.
Stephen all in.
It's a big show, isn't it?
No, I tell you what, if James finds a call here.
Just with a flush draw. It looks like a flush draw, doesn't it, when someone shoves on these boards? It's unlikely he's going to have ace-6 or ace-4 is what James is thinking. He could have a set of 4s or a set of 6s, but there's no real two-pair combos he should have, really.
Is it too big a bet to give James the inkling that he has a set?
It feels like it a bit, doesn't it? I mean, I suppose once... What did James bet? James bet about 80,000, did he?
25, yeah, 65 was it? 75.
75 James bet. And he can't really make
Makes the call. Yeah, he makes the call and he is in front.
Good call by James. I think really Stephen's play there is probably to call one, hopefully hit, but if he doesn't, if it gets checked to him, maybe shove them. I think he can more credibly rep, bigger ace, plus, whatever the turn card is.
So basically a heart or running straight cards. The turn card is a 5. Well, that gives him more 3 more outs. With a 7 or a heart will do it. And it's not. It's a break, ladies and gentlemen. In 6th. Shakes the hand of everybody around the table. £4,560. Lost another.
Jumps up the ladder one. You always like to put pressure on with your flush draws, but when the board's ace high, you're always kind of a bit reticent because you think that the pre-flop raiser, the guy betting on the flop, has probably got an ace, and it's going to be pretty hard to get him to fold it. And what are you representing that isn't a flush draw, really? I don't know. If you gamble and you hit your heart, you're right in the tournaments, and you're up with the chip leaders, I guess.
So 4 all-ins, 4 losses. Doesn't happen very often.
Doesn't, does it?
No.
The best hand seems to be. Is the best hand won everyone?
Yep. It does.
Oh, the 5's lost to Ace King, I suppose, technically, but
right, yeah.
Ace King's a more premium hand than 5s, isn't it? Although,
Yeah, just managed to hit ace.
Oh.
Richard raised to 50,000. Paul raises to 200,000. And Richard Parker, calling the top.
do have nots.
Yep. So it's been a strange old final. It took us a couple of hours, 2.5 hours to get to the final, from 19 to 9, nearly 3 levels. And then, in the first level, we lost Gary Bertram, Usman Ulhak, Stephen Wood and Dave McLean. Just like wowzers.
And then repeat the clock. Okay, 3 spades, 8 of clubs, and 2 of spades.
Ace, 3, 2, 2 spades. Paul in seat number 9, James in seat number 2, James Mitchell, Paul Strachan.
Forward 70,000, same 5.
So down to 5 in an instant. Nobody has guessed who the guess who is on.
I was convinced I was right.
Your guess was
Lally.
Oh, Lally Kajuria.
Yeah. I even had to look up which one's Lally and which one's Chandra, because I always mix up the brothers.
There was a clue though today.
I looked.
There was a clue.
Well, I now know the answer, so I can't really engage any further, but I was sure that it was Lally. I've seen Lally wear one of those hats a million times as well.
Yes. I know somebody said it must be a sponsored player. Well, in them days, hats and hoodies and badges and scarves were all the rage, weren't they? So everybody got one.
Yeah, they did.
You didn't have to be good to get a hat. So I'm guessing the player the person it is, obviously isn't very good. So they just wanted to wear a hat.
You know what the clue is? He's got quite a big head.
Eh?
But you can also see that he's wearing
He's wearing glasses, yes.
Because of the outline of the...
Yeah, unless he's got a square max room.
Funny shaped head.
You got a max room and do it like max headroom.
Yeah.
That little sticky out square bit. We play. Back to the game. 10-20. You can guess.
Have a go.
Have a go. Guess on Facebook. Who is it? £11 token up for grabs.
Should roll over. If nobody gets it, it should roll over to.
I agree. Yeah.
To a
Why,
bigger.
if nobody gets it, we roll it over to a £50 token.
Okay. Fair enough. So, no.
And if it carries on this way, by the time we hit London in December, there's going to be a main event.
you might just get in. You might get into the main event.
Richard's having a good think here with the 9-3 clubs.
Get active.
Likes playing that. I played with him yesterday.
Defending with 9-3 can only lead to trouble.
Well, it can't. It might come 9-9-3 like the fellow who defended against me.
Well, is it the 3?
He's flopped there, now he's no idea where he is.
No, none at all.
This is one of those where if Colin... The thing is, Colin's an aggressive player as well. It's unlikely Colin's just going to check and give up. Colin is probably going to bet two streets, whatever happens.
Yeah.
And there we go, Colin bets. Richard called with a worse hand, made the best hand and then folded.
Yeah, if we can get onto the face and guess who it is. Let me just see if there are any. It's not Samuel L. Jackson, to be fair. He wasn't in Edinburgh this week.
No. He was in a film with a kilt, I seem to remember. So he probably has been to Edinburgh.
He was.
What film was that?
51st State.
That's right.
Yeah, with Meatloaf.
Which was filmed in Liverpool.
It was filmed in Liverpool.
But no, he's not up here this weekend. He plays online or something.
Does he?
Yes.
Grinding.
Grinding. He's a 1-2 cap.
Yeah, he's 16 tables.
1-2 cap. No, I like Surinder Suno, but it's not Surinder Suno. It's not Adam Forsyth.
He's been
It's not Alok Venkatesh, and it's not Tony Broadbent, and it's not Jeff Kimber. It's not Steve Duncan, it's not Sonny Chatter. Lewis Fowler likes to have a guess, by the way. Raised by James to 40,000. Richard has Ace King suited. He is not passing.
Oh, this could be another confrontation. All in, yep. All in from Richard and seat 5.
James does like his made hands and doesn't pass them very often.
James had made it 40,000. Richard's done the right thing. All in with the Ace King of clubs. So the short stack has got the Ace King and needs to hit.
Going on the last four exits. This is.
We're not expecting any aces.
We're expecting the 9s to hold.
Yeah, the big stack's won every all in so far.
No,
that's not the flop you want with Ace King of clubs.
No redraw at the moment. The Ace King needs to hit an ace or a king. Oh, or a jack. That's not a heart. Heart for the chop. Heart for the chop.
No one likes a chop pot on this room.
Wow, lost one. James takes another one out. We're down to 4. Woo!
Sounds like the wrestling.
It is.
That
With
was
Ric Flair.
Ric Flair.
Yes. Woo!
You know what I listened to yesterday? I meant to tweet this. What an interview it was. You know I'm a basketball fan, so
Yeah.
you're not going to find it as interesting if you're not a basketball fan, but it's such a good story. John Amici, who is the best British player we've ever had, who got to the NBA.
Scottish band?
No,
Oh, that was
Delamici.
Sorry.
But his battle to get to the NBA, how he never played basketball till he was 17. He just got picked out of a crowd because he was 6'10", told to start playing basketball.
Right.
How he got a scholarship to American college. He wrote 3,000 letters, and he got 3 replies, and one of those was telling him, "Don't be such a clown," as if we would give a scholarship to somebody who writes us a letter.
Yeah.
Then he got NBA draft night, exactly the same as your NFL night. The kids sit there and wait for it. He didn't get drafted, so he watched every pick go, never got drafted. He then got picked up as injury replacement, and it's such a good thing. It's on the Talk Sports. Colin Murray did a one-on-one interview with him, and then after his career, I mean, we went to see him play. We went to New York to see him play.
Who picked him up?
Well, Orlando, Doc Rivers became a coach, and Orlando picked him up. But after one season, the Lakers offered him a $17 million contract, and he tells the story of how Shaquille O'Neal rings him and says, "You've got to come and play with us." And the Lakers were good then, obviously, when Shaq played, and he would have won. But and they offered him $17 million, he turned it down out of loyalty to Orlando, who'd give him a chance, and he never got offered that money again.
Wow.
And then later in his career, he came out as being gay as well, and he goes through how the stuff that playing as a professional sportsman. Said all his colleagues knew he was gay. They kind of said that he didn't hang out with girls much and whatever else. But he said, nobody seemed to care. We just got on with the job. They play like 100 times a year in the NBA if you're a good player. You've got 100 times in a locker room with the rest of your team. And just a brilliant interview. He's he's a psychology doctor or something like that.
Alright.
Such an intelligent fella, and it's such a good story. So
Excellent.
you got to listen to that. It's a podcast on Talk Sports. John Amici interview. John Amici's a hero. We went to see him in 2001 play in Madison Square Garden. We timed our trip to New York with when Orlando were playing there, and he even came and had a chat to us afterwards. He's a top man. Imagine being 6'10" and just getting told, you should play this game.
Yeah.
You'll probably get offered $17 million to play it in about 5 years' time.
And then turn it down.
I would literally be stretched to 6'10" if I could be. There's no chance of that. If I could lie on a rack. There's a story, isn't it, that Peter Shilton used to hang off the banister at his home.
Really?
Because his mum and dad told him that would make him taller because he wanted to be a goalkeeper. He was quite short as a keeper, he was 5'10". And he used to hang off the banister with his arms every night trying to stretch himself. I don't think it worked. Paul's found a hand in a small line. He's going to be raising this up.
10 suited. Got the chips to raise it up as well.
Got 1.2 million now, big stack.
James Mitchell.
What does James do with Queen 8? Does he just let his big blind go? Yep.
I think he's looking to his left and sees that Mindy's only got about 100,000.
Yeah, no need to tangle.
Absolutely no need to tangle whatsoever.
You're also thinking though that James might think I could put pressure on another big stack, a less experienced big stack, a guy who maybe wants to ladder up more than I do. I always find it interesting watching good players play because you find that they don't play half as many hands as you think they do. You watch Chris Moorman play online, you think he's going to be playing every single hand.
Yeah.
He doesn't. Just when he plays one, he plays it really aggro and he generally wins it. Has Colin won one of these before?
He won the Champion of Champions in 2009.
I remember him winning something. He hasn't played so much.
No, he hasn't. He said he's got 3 children. I think twins as well. So
that's 5 then.
He's got two Chinese either restaurants or takeaways. So he basically ploughed all his money into that and made a successful business out of it. And he's been playing in Scotland. He's got a few flags in Scotland.
Okay.
But he's now said that he might start travelling more in 2015 than previous years. But good to see him back. I think we met him the first time on the old Gala tours that were around Teesside and up in Scotland as well. In fact, Maybury is where we are now. It used to be a Gala.
This was a Gala, wasn't it?
Yeah, and I'm sure Colin, that would have been the first time we met Colin Wool. And he remembered us as soon as we walked in. He's like...
Can't forget the tower. How far away is Dundee from here then?
I don't know. Somebody please tell us. Edinburgh to Dundee. How far? Can't be that far, can it?
Why not?
I suppose it can. Seems though apparently Aberdeen's 2 hours from here.
Yeah, Aberdeen, miles away. I get the feeling Dundee's halfway to Aberdeen, but I don't know. There we go, 1 hour and 5 in a car. So
okay. Long walk.
Here's on the way to...
62 mile, but it's up.
It is
across
halfway
the coast.
I said halfway to Aberdeen, didn't I?
Across the coast. Apparently it's fantastic for golf. Is Dundee.
What link must be links courses?
Which is also at 40. Which is also edging me towards playing the 25-25 in 3 weeks' time.
Playing it?
Well,
Towers
golf and 25-25 on the same weekend.
What, in Dundee?
Yeah.
How are you going to get up there?
I'll drive. Only a small country we live in. It's only a small island. It's only like
That's small.
It's only like 700 mile up and down.
How long does it take you to drive Dundee to Blackpool?
I don't really know.
I'll get Google Maps to tell you then.
Blackpool to Dundee would be probably around about 4 hours 45 minutes.
It's a bit of a trek, isn't it, for a game of cards?
No, golf more than cards.
You're going past St Andrews to get to Dundee. 4 hours and 1 minute.
4 hours and 1 minute?
Yeah. The way the tower drives, 5 hours and 1 minute.
4 hours 1 minute ain't bad actually. I'm going to try and set up some golf and the game at 25-25. If I can do it, I shall let everybody know. Steve Nichols shot a 90 today. See, Steve Nichols, we haven't seen Steve this weekend, but shot a 90. That's
Steve
actually
Nicholl,
not bad.
The former...
No,
No.
not the Liverpool player striker.
He's a
midfielder.
No, he was a defender, really. Defender, midfielder, yeah, kind of fullback midfielder.
Thug.
Nah, he was alright. He's like a big manager in the Major League now, isn't he?
Oh, is it?
Steve Nicholl. I think he is. He was, anyway.
Well, that's the plan anyway. That is the plan. I might have a look at the diary. I am free that weekend, by the way. The only problem is that I like my ska music. I like the specials. I like Madness. I like the Selector. I like all the the two-tone music that was out in the late 70s, early 80s.
I'll ask somebody old about it.
There's a really good band in Blackpool called Scarface, and they're a tribute band.
We met the trumpeter.
That's right. They're a tribute band. They play all the old songs from Selector and Bad Manners and Madness and all that. The supporting, believe it or not, Chubby Brown in Blackpool on the 22nd of May.
What a night out that sounds.
What a night out that does sound. But it's on the same weekend as Dundee, so you know what I mean. It's.
I have been to see Chubby Brown.
What a good night out that would be. Scarface were a tribute band to two-tone music, accompanying Chubby Brown on stage.
Paul's got 8 big blinds.
Mindy's all in.
Sorry, Mindy's got
the ace 3. Ace, Jack for Colin.
Yeah, dominated again. Short stack is dominated. It can't be the short stack going again. He's got to hit a 3 though, or some wheel cards.
Mindy all in.
7, 8, 9
We're not
flop.
really hoping for. Not really guessing that 3 is going to get there. Aye, 8 for a chop, please, or a 3 for a win. 8 for a chop, 3 for a win.
4 for a win as well.
Sorry, not a 3, a 4. And it's a 10. Dick Neither, he shakes the hand of everybody, and just like everybody who's been all in so far,
he's hit the exit.
He has hit the exit.
He was in a weird spot there, wasn't he? He had 177,000. The next short stack was 1.2 million.
Yep.
Next short stack was 7 times his stack. That's a weird spot. I think that means he's got the most out of his stack in terms of ICM before he's put it in the middle, which is.
Well done for finishing 4th though, £9,130.
Yep.
And amazingly, in 2 levels of the final, we're down to 3.
Since I came in, this is.
It is. Well done, Jeff.
Since I came in, I've scared them all off. There's not too many in the side event actually, so maybe they're trying to knock them out of the main event and
Get them in.
hoping they'll play in the side event. But now we've got some deep stack program. Now think things will slow down a bit. So we're playing 10-20. Colin's got 1.4 million on the button. I think Paul has got about 1.2 million from memory, and James has got the rest. How many are in play, Tower? Do you know?
3. No, quite a few.
Quite a few in play.
Yeah.
We should be able to work it out, shouldn't we? 230 players, 20,000 starting stack. 4.6 is that? Not? Yep. 4.6. James has got 2 million. That actually works out. Yep, that all works out. 2 million, 1.2 for Paul, 1.4 for Colin Wu. Colin's taking this hand off, and James takes it down. Can't remember that ever happening before, Phil.
What's that, young man?
The totals that we got on the screen add up to 4.6 million as well.
Excellent.
That's a good sign, isn't it?
It sure is.
Normally we have some little discrepancy.
Oh, nice one.
What's that?
Steve Nichols says they were a bit skint the other night and Colin sent him a free Chinese from his shop.
Oh, what a nice fella.
What a nice fella. That's awesome, that is.
Yep.
Nice one, Colin. He's got 2 takeaway shops, 3 children, a wife, partridge in a pear tree.
And Mrs. Wu.
Mrs. Wu. What a great game. What a strange game, by the way. We have had 6 all-ins and we have had 6 losses for the short stacks.
Don't remember that ever happening before.
Never, ever.
Any final I've played or watched with you or watched at home.
Yeah.
James now getting busy with the 8-4 suited. Now they've got really short stacks and they're all playing deep. James has raised it up with 8-4 diamonds. He's actually got the best hand somehow. He's got the best hand, he's got the betting lead. I wonder if he's going to bet this flop. I think a little bet should win this for him, really. Yep. Bet and take it down before he gets the chips in.
He was miles ahead, to be fair. with 8 high.
There's Yanis just putting the trophy on the table there. There's Ian come in and take it away again. Very important to have this senior figure there. Take the trophy away to be polished.
Yeah. Colin's already got one. Four cashes in GUKPT history as James Mitchell.
James.
Became 3rd when Sam Trickett won it back in the day in 2008.
Remember that well.
Yeah. Where did you finish?
In that one.
Yeah. Did you not play it?
No, I did, because Sam was asking me in the bar how he could leave a tip, because in those days you weren't allowed to leave a tip.
Ah, right, okay.
So he was asking my knowledge on how you could tip. Of course, the answer was you're not allowed to.
The next final table was a couple of years after, when he final table Walsall, which I think somebody. Oh, okay, it was one of the Walsall legs you didn't actually final table. You like Walsall, did one time, didn't you?
I keep missing it though. I missed that one, the one that Colin McTaggart won. No, I missed it this year as well. It keeps clashing with things. I don't know if it always falls over the same weekend or something. I don't know.
It used to at one time.
Yeah. Usually it was Valentine's weekend actually.
So and then the month after he went over to Dublin just to play the Irish Open and have a bit of a crack in the Burlington Hotel and went on to win it.
Didn't he accidentally sell too much for himself?
Yes.
That's a bit of
yes.
a schoolboy error, isn't it? Would normally work out unless you win 800,000 or whatever you want. You have to carve it up too many ways.
And his last was, as Jeff said earlier, was in Blackpool the end of last year. 3 left, amazingly.
Right, it's 20.
So we're on 3, amazingly.
And there's our trophy.
There it is, all polished.
Black these days, the trophies. It used to be blue when we were blue square. Now they're black, the same as the Grosvenor badges. Domakonisu.
Yes.
His nickname must be King Kong.
Yeah. To be fair, it does a 40-yard dash in under 5 seconds.
I don't know how far 40 yards is.
Half of 80,
I know, I do, yeah. Like a footballer shoots from 30 yards.
40-yard dash in less than 5 seconds.
I bet you couldn't do.
He wouldn't be able to do the 100-yard
couldn't
dash.
do the 80-yard dash.
No.
Yeah.
No.
This is Towers American football team.
Yes, the Miami Dolphins.
Have signed some absolute unit.
And he is there to stop you with the ball.
Yeah.
You try get past if you want to.
Where's he from then? Where's that name from?
They might be Samoan.
Samoan or Hawaiian or something. It looks, doesn't it? But he doesn't look Samoan or Hawaiian.
I don't know, to be honest.
He is an absolute unit.
Oh, Portland, Oregon. So
Yeah,
he's a full-blown American.
He looks African American, but he's got a name like a Hawaiian or something.
The kind of guy that when you go to Vegas, he could go to the Heart Attack Grill and get free food.
The sort of guy who works on the door outside the nightclub as well.
So yes, big unit. Hi, how many's in the side event, Dinar? 27.
Wow.
The final event of the day,
More
of
players
the
than
week.
dealers.
The final event of the week is has started. 27. Still buying if you want to play.
It's a bounty.
I heard Joe Beavers chopped it up yesterday in the side event.
Yeah.
What's that all about?
I don't know.
I bet he's gone first class back home.
Only way to travel. Colin's card's not in the box here.
No.
We don't want that to be.
That's not happened very often in the last 2 days, I must admit. Not at all. So it has been good to see.
It's partly due to what happened here last year, that the players now get a kind of a little talking to when they join the table.
Yeah.
The only thing I noticed when I was playing there, though, that when a player gets moved to the table, they don't get that talking to.
Oh, right, okay.
And it was kind of ended up some of the other players going, "Oh, you need to put your card." Like, and I'll mention that to the tournament, so they just need to, as they're moving a player over, just tell them, explain to them. And also, people think that Jeff, who's putting in the betting amounts, who sets out, they think that he can see the cards. So then, when they've got a big decision, they're looking at him. So the players need to be
I only
reassured.
called. I heard one guy like at the end of last year say, "I only called because of your face."
Yeah.
Like, really? Have you any idea what I can see?
What Jeff can see is whether there are cards in the box. He doesn't know what they are, but he knows there's cards registered, so there's a player playing in that position, that's all. So that's where he can tell you, please put your cards in the box when they're not in there, because he can see you're sat there and he can see there's no cards registered, but he doesn't know what the cards are. Half an hour delay, remember, we're on.
That's exactly correct. Exactly correct. Oh, look at
Mike says you can give him
this.
share this.
Oh, this is the greatest team we work with.
This could be the best final table we've ever been on, including ones I've won. Well, don't mind if I do, Tower.
Yes. Yes. Well, we have an epically quick. You won 208,000 from a starting stake of £29.50 over 3 minutes on roulette. Wow.
Who did?
Lewis Fowler.
Wow.
I would have then bought a house, bought a car and gone to Vegas and played about 10 events in the World Series and bought myself some new golf clubs and played golf around the world. That'd have been me for 12 months.
You wouldn't have been playing roulette for 208,000.
I wouldn't ever have the nerve to spend £29.50 up to £200,000. Ever. I'd have to stop at some point. Normally 60 quid.
My doubling up partner.
Yes, I hope he got a telling off yesterday because that was ridiculous.
He'd already had the telling off before he put the bet on.
Yes.
Told him he's an idiot. So me and Dave Maudlin both put £10 in each.
Yeah.
And the knowledge that if you start with a tenner,
I think me and Andy should do this.
Well, I mean, you can have a few running at once, can't you? But you have to keep track of the numbers. That's all.
Yeah.
So 17 even money shots gets you to £1 million.
Yeah.
So because we start with a tenner each rather than tenner, we were already one up. 16 we needed.
Yeah. So you start with £20.
First one we put on blackjack and we won that just for a bit of a laugh to start us off.
All right. Okay.
So now we have 40 quid. Then last Saturday, it was Dave's choice. He put it on Leicester to beat Swansea.
Yeah.
5-4. So we had 90 quid. On Sunday it was my choice. I put it on Spurs to win at Newcastle because we're terrible.
Yeah.
At 11-8, so we had 213 quid.
Yeah.
There was nothing really to bet on until this weekend, so Dave kept the 213 quid. I put it on Newcastle to win.
Why? They've lost 6 on the trot.
He's lost the plot. I mean, Swansea aren't very good either, to be fair. But
That's a tune betting with his heart.
Well, it's not. I mean, he's a professional bettor, isn't he, Dave? So he knows his stuff. But and he put extra on as well. He hadn't just put our money on, so I don't want to take the mickey too much because he'd lost some money betting it himself. But Newcastle have been terrible. So we're back to 0. We would have had 500 quid. Now where my bet would be. What we're gonna do. So 10 jacks flopped up and down. Oh, sorry, 10 queen against ace queen. That was 10 jack. Queen high board. This could be a.
Aye.
This could be a decent pot. So we got James has raised the button with ace queen, and Paul has defended the queen 10 of hearts as he would. And now Paul's going to lead out with top pair 40,000. What are you doing here for your James? What are you doing, Phil? Yeah, I think I'm raising.
I'm raising.
I think I'm trying to make the pot big, aren't you? You're three-handed. There's some draws.
Even though it's such a it is pretty dry, but there are draw possibilities there. I would like to see a race, which is done to 100k.
Now we get to see how James is thinking here. 6 completes the 8-10 draw, which is one of the more likely hands. I would think that Paul might defend and lead out on that board. So I wonder what James makes of this.
They're both very deep.
I might check behind if I'm James now. The only thing we're checking behind though is if an 8 or a 10 comes, then you definitely don't get the street of value on the river. So maybe if you... It's a good bet by James. 150,000. I guess it'll let him know whether Paul's got the 8-10 because he'll probably find out quick sharp if he has. James bets 150. Paul calls 150 pretty quick. I think James now knows he doesn't have 8-10. I don't think Paul would play a straight.
Would he not just go with 8-10?
I don't think he would check call there, no.
Oh, right, okay.
I don't think so. Jack hasn't really changed much, has it? I mean, King 10 is now the nuts, but I guess that is another hand that Paul might have let out with a gut shot on the flop. 600,000 in the middle. Looks like Paul's putting a bet together. I wonder if is Paul value betting here, or is he blocker betting, or is he combining the two?
I think once James calls the flop, I think he's going to be calling the river, isn't he? Doesn't
James is definitely. I think James is calling. I don't know whether this is a value bet by Paul or whether he's blocking bet, because with 600 in there, James might bet 500,000 on the end, and he might still call it and get shown ace queen or queen 9 or straight or anything else.
He does call.
I think it's a good call by James.
When the queen flipped over, James waits to see the cards.
I don't think James can raise there because there's too many hands that beat him, and it's hard to get called by something that he beats. But I think it's also a good bet by Paul because I think he would have faced a larger bet if he checked there.
That is a huge, huge million pot for James Mitchell.
Paul could have passed if James raises a river there. So it's a good, even though Paul's going to feel a little bit abject at that, lost, you know, a decent chunk there. Lost 40% of his stack, but I think it could have been worse. I don't think you can do much. You've got to defend queen 10 of hearts, haven't you, three-handed? Comes queen high, you're just going to do some money, unfortunately, when you're up against ace queen.
Lewis says I was there at the start of it when he was in Manchester in 2013. I think I remember somebody winning huge. Obviously, that was you. Nice one, Lewis. Well, you did the right thing. You paid off your debts. You sorted it out. You had a good time.
I noticed this yesterday. Sat beside Colin. He played the 7-2 aggressively. I don't know whether he does that as a superstition or as a bit of fun or what, but
he might want to win £1.
Well, you don't even win £1, unfortunately.
Have they not agreed to it? Oh man,
I don't think so. You might lose about £10,000 if you do something daft with 7-2. But he showed it down yesterday when I sat beside him. He raised it up to 7-2 soft, and he flopped a pair and showed it down. flop button pair, but he's going to pass it. That's one of those where if James has got somebody watching the stream, they'll be telling him, you know, this guy to your left's 3-betting a 7 deuce, betting the flop with no hand, no draw. You see the team of the year tower? From
Which team of the year? No.
6 Chelsea players in it, apparently.
Really?
Bit of
6.
Bit of controversy about that.
Okay. No, I haven't.
I haven't actually seen the full team, but I was watching Match of the Day 2 this morning. We got Jacks for Paul on the button, and Collins defended the King 2 of clubs.
Uh-oh.
Wow.
Wowzers, here we go.
Pair and gut shot for the Jacks, but then the second nut flush draw for Colin. Wonder how he's going to play this. Wonder if he's going to try and play it aggro. Because Paul's definitely going to bet. Is Colin going to raise?
The way Colin's been playing, he's not passing this flush draw.
He's definitely not passing. I mean, there's no way. You can't defend King 2 of clubs and pass on a club board. Wonder if he's going to raise it though, because if he raises, he has to be ready to get it in. If he makes it like 150 or even 120, then he's calling the shove. So he has to. It's a good decision just to call, I think, from Colin.
If it comes a low club, well, it comes a club, but it's actually a danger card, isn't it? But he does have. Well, he has.
He's got the jack of clubs as well as Paul. So
He'll be thinking I've got the blocker here, and I've got a straight draw if need be. I don't put him on.
I don't like betting here if I'm Paul. I have to say, because he's got the club as backup anyway. If a fourth club does come,
this just to check call.
No, I'd raise now. I'd raise now. You know, because you can raise and you can represent that you've just got the ace of clubs, and you can get called by worse by just having a flush draw. So I think Colin will raise now, but I think Paul should check and take the free card, keep the pot smallish, and also he has the third nut club anyway. So if a club comes, he's got the third nuts. I mean, if the ace of clubs or king of clubs comes, he's got the second nut. So it's not the worst thing to have 3 clubs on the board, and I think with an overcard coming as well. Remember, Colin can have like just Queen Jack, can't he? He can have, you know, he could have check called with a gut shot on that flop with 2 overs. Long thing from Colin, but I think he's going to make it like 175. I think that's what I'd go for.
175.
See what he's done. It looks like a raise.
Yeah, the red chip's 25,000, so it looks like 150. All in and a call. Snap call. He's drawing dead, isn't he? He is drawing dead. There is no straight flush draw there. Yeah, there is no straight flush draws. We have lost one. 9 of spades. Wow. Paul Strachan finishes 3rd, and unbelievably, we have lost another and heads up.
You know, the funny thing is with that hand, I think Paul should check behind there. I think, but I think he could probably do his stack on that.
On the river, the 9.
The river's a straight. The club doesn't come.
The offsuit 9.
Yeah. So I think even though I think Paul probably made a mistake there, I think he probably does his chips on that river anyway. So I don't think he can be too cross with himself. I think he's had a good week.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, £13,920 better off is Paul Strachan, and unbelievably, we have had 7 eliminations on the final table.
Madness.
In 2 levels, and we have had 7 all-ins, and we have had 7 exits. It is the most amazing final table ever. We are heads up. I don't know how long the break is, and I'm not sure if they go straight into the 15-minute break. Yanis will tell us, but wow, what a final table we have had. Every single person that has been all-in and at risk has lost and has been eliminated. In 9th was Gary Bertram, 8th Dave McLean, 7th Usman Ul Haq, Stephen Wood was 6th, Richard Clyde was 5th, Mindy was 4th, and 3rd just then was Paul Strachan. We are down to heads up. 2 fantastic players, Mr. James Mitchell and Colin Wu. The break, I think, is 15 minutes because it's actually officially the break on the clock. So we'll leave the pictures running, and as soon as the guys come back, we will be heads up for the title in Edinburgh. Catch you in 15 minutes. We'll leave the TV running so we don't miss anything. But back in 15, me and Jeff off for a cup of tea.
Where do you want it? What about if James sits in 2 and Colin in 4?
Do it that way, yeah.
But then this camera going to pick
Yeah.
them up as well.
But then we get Jay.
Yeah, because then we just need to move 1 player.
Okay.
Moving 4, yeah? Yeah, instead of moving both of them. Huh? Yeah, they're near enough even. Yeah. Because then we just need to move 1 player.
On the left, things on the right, things going home. Everybody's happy.
We do need 1,000 still, because it's 12,000.
Yeah. No, you're not many though.
No. Just 1 stack for the.
Even not even. Very, very close. Yeah.
4, 5, 3, something like that. 1.5. Just start back. 500. 7.
None of them doing 20s, stretch ones now.
Yeah, I know, it keeps doing 19s.
Yeah, good. 17s.
17s.
Yeah. No, leave them where they are.
Well, you
take these off.
take more.
Huh?
Take more. Put them as well.
No, I should leave them.
Yeah, well, I want to take these and them as well. Everything. Okay.
They don't need the anti as well.
They don't need anti, but they still have 12,000, 24,000, so that's why they need still. Not for long. Okay, 5. 6. 7. 8.
The bottom right there. Yeah, it's the bottom right there. Yeah.
9.
Because should be here.
Yeah.
But it should be small blind, so it's bottom is here, so it's like small blind.
With that 24 inch. You can give that as well then. 50. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 50. Perfect. 950. Yeah. That's the. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, that's it. 7. So do you want James has 1, 2, 2,443,000. Okay. And Colin, what was that? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 9, 50, 1, 1.5, 2, 260, 280, 290, 3,000,001.
3,000,001.
Yeah. Yeah. 2,000,001. Sorry, 2,000,001. Sorry. Skills.
2,101,000. So he's got.
No. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 950, 1,000,000, 2,000,000, 101.
Hang on, look, here.
Give me that.
Excuse me. What? You're taking me as a short. Yeah, you don't make it expensive. It's a lot cheaper. You could have got a lot cheaper.
How much? How many is that?
2.4. 2.4 against 2.4, 2.1. Talon and James. He's not known in the UK.
Oh, yeah, they're going to be quite good decent tournaments.
Colin's not on the ground. Yeah, he played, he won twice, beat him.
Colin's well known in Scotland, so obviously I won't follow him. Yeah, because everybody knows him in Scotland. He plays in, and he plays in here a lot, so.
Well, you have to finish it now. Easy task to do.
This is going to be hard, but yeah, he's going to jinx it. Now he wants to jinx it.
The whole day for me. Half an hour now. They'll be back. They'll take the drive like 6, 7 hours now. So if I leave at midnight, yeah, I'm there at 7, 7, 8 in the morning. I'll get home at daytime. I'm not home.
It's your chips, yeah?
Yeah. Means I can be at home and normal 15 minutes, yeah. 5 minutes to go on the back.
Calculation here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 500, 600, 660. So you're going to do for this 75, 700. Okay. And you're staying the same spot you're doing? 500, 700. Yeah. Oh, yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 500, 800, 900, 950. Yeah. $500.
Welcome back. If you've been watching since 12 o'clock, you have seen one of the most amazing days we have ever had. Thanks to Jeff Kimber for coming in off his own time and running, coming with us. When we get to the final, Jeff turned up. He says, "I'm just going to order a bacon sandwich. We'll be here for a long time." And then all of a sudden, we went 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, and now 2 players left. Colin Moore, James Mitchell. Just, how do you describe the day, Jeff?
It's like they've all got something better to do. The thing is, no one's really done anything wrong, have they?
No.
It's not like people have been gambling and... I mean, we've had a couple of lads got down to 10 bigs and stuck it in with any 2, which, you know, or 8 bigs, which is fine. I think there's, you know, a couple of big hands clashed where we had that flush against the jacks and...
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think there's too much different you could have done, really. I remember Paul lost half his stack with a queen 10 against the ace queen on the queen high board, which 3-handed is very hard not to do your chips in there. I think he actually might have done more if he hadn't blocked about the river. So I think I don't think anyone's really done too much wrong. I don't really think these 2 lads have done too much right either to get heads up. You know, they haven't done anything special yet, have they? They've just, you know, had decent hands or had them hold up. Not really been too much play.
And that's how it's been played in spirits, to shake hands and say, good luck, sir.
Both nice guys, these 2.
Yep.
Both genuinely nice guys.
Heads up for the title.
So we've got former Irish Open champion James Mitchell against the former Grosvenor Grand Prix champion, did you say?
Champion of Champions.
Champion of Champions, that's right. Well, that's a tough tournament to win.
2.4 million to James, 2.1 million to Colin.
No longer adds up to 4.6 million. We're back where we would be.
Okay.
I can't remember that.
That was a favourite.
Should never tell you my theories. Yeah. I reckon if me and Tower selected heads or tails, if we took one each, the coin would land on its side.
We're now 100 bigs deep, by the way.
So this could be a lengthy
We are 100 bigs each. Well, 90 against 100 actually, but this could easily be one of the best heads-up battles you've ever seen. I know people just want it to be an all-in and a call. That will not happen.
It's a nice clash, isn't it? Because Colin's more aggro, James is selectively aggressive.
Yeah.
And a fairly big hand here. We've got James has got ace jack and jack high board. Colin has turned the flush. James has raised Colin's bet to $250,000.
So bets Colin bet to 100, James raises to 250 and Colin calls.
If this board doesn't change...
That's not Jack, is it? Boom!
If this board doesn't change, which it hasn't, I think it's just going to go check, and Colin has to think that before he checks. That's the thing. That's why James has made such a small raise on the turn, just to take control of the pot and just to be able to check behind there. And I think if Colin had thought a little bit more about that, he might have fired in a bet there. See, James raised 100,000 bet to 250, so he raised it 150. If he just called that 100,000 bet, the river bet wouldn't have been 150. The river bet would have been 350 or something like that. You see how the good players, they just avoid, you know, I mean, it's quite a cold hand, isn't it? Getting ace jack heads up on a jack high board and losing. But you see the way he just didn't do more chips than he needed to. So the stacks are pretty even now, aren't they?
Well, Colin, that was $500,000 pot, so it's 2.5, 2 million now. We expect that. The lines are 12,024. No running ante.
40-minute blinds as well have been playing, haven't we, since 4-handed?
Yes, yeah.
Rule I like that because you definitely play loads more hands when you're playing 4-handed. I mean, I guess you can arbitrarily say that 5-handed you play nearly as many, but you've got to have some cut off somewhere, and I think that just makes sense. If the blind's big, you don't get so many flops, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Much of a crowd here for this one, isn't it?
No, one by one, all the locals have been eliminated.
And as we said, Colin is represents
Dundee.
Scotland, but he's a Dundonian, which is
a Dundonian.
Dundonian.
That's a great word.
Learned that off playing Pointless, actually.
All right, okay.
Dundonian. Yeah, learn a lot of useless facts like that. We've just worked out that Dundee's an hour and 5 minutes away, so it's not like Colin's family or pals just around the corner.
You'd certainly travel, well, what is it, London to Luton to play the GUKPT there, that was about an hour, isn't it?
Yeah, not far off. But I mean, I just mean your pals aren't really going to set off an hour, for an hour's journey, especially when the final's gone so quick as well.
Yeah. There we are, heads up for the title. We will be crowning a new champion.
2 pair for James here, Queen 3. Full house for James here, Queen's full. I think he's probably going to have to start... Oh, Colin's bet. I was going to say he's going to have to start putting some chips in this pot because he doesn't want to let such a big hand go unrewarded. I wonder whether he raises here. I wonder whether he's hoping Colin's got a flush draw, or whether he's just going to call and disguise the strength. Just called. I wouldn't have thought Colin's going to put another chip in as he hits a king, to be honest, but we shall see. 5. Colin's got a big hand now, but unfortunately there's no more cards to come. He's up and down with a flush draw. Oh no, so he's King of Hearts he's got, so he's got no hand anyway. Is he just going to give it up? You may think James has just called his turn bet with something like a 4 or a 3. You might think that 150,000 might get him to fold that. Sometimes you've just got to give up though, I think.
You can't win every hand just by betting every day. Yeah, he does check. You're expecting some kind of bet coming in from...
Doesn't matter what James bets.
Yeah, he's not getting paid.
No.
He probably knows now Colin's given up on the river, he knows this, but we're still going to stick in a sizable bet just in case.
You could try the Rick Trigg bet. Bet 20,000, just min bet it. I hope that the guy refuses to give up his bluff. He's bet 165. 2/3 of the pot, Colin's going to fold.
Yep, that's exactly what he does.
So it's still 0-0 in the football. My boy Koscielny, instead of scoring the first goal, has just been kicked on the Utah.
Yes.
generally a curse if I bet on anything, so don't be surprised if he's got a broken nose and gets taken off. And we're just about level again in chips, 2.3 to 2.2.
Yep, like we said, under bigs deep. This will not be a quick.
The way this final's gone, don't be surprised if it goes aces against kings.
And
then it will be quick.
Yep.
I once saw a final of one of those Poker Superstars programs, and it was Johnny Chan against Patrick Antonius heads up. And they were both deep, and the very first hand of heads up they got aces against kings.
Wow.
I don't think they got it in until the river either. 3-bet pre-flop, just peeled, and then bet every street, and then got it in by the river, I think. But yeah, aces against kings first hand.
Prize money is £33,930, and the trophy and the photos and everything else that goes along with winning the GUKPT, and £22,230 for second place. Not sure if anybody's come up with any idea of a chop with them being bang level in chips. Nobody's said anything, so we'll take it as we're playing it out.
James has bet the up and down straight draw. Colin's called him a third pair. And if James misses, whether he can find another bet. Colin doesn't have much.
James doesn't miss.
There's the Harbinger of Doom.
No,
he's hit though. That'll do. I'll probably go check now. Probably spoil the action, but James will take the pot. So is James going to try and extract a bit of value? Well, he is, you know. That's a nice value bet, isn't it? Knows exactly where he is in this hand. He's not scared that he's got a queen, Colin. Probably thinks he's got a 9 and thinks he can get paid off. It's pretty thin, but it's nicely worked out. He's exactly right in where he is. You going to call here, do you think, Phil?
Do I call?
You don't. You're
no.
absolute granite.
I'm never in this position. No, I don't think he does, and he doesn't.
That's a good pass by Colin. Very good bet by James, though. Really knew where he was in the hand. Definitely had showdown value, but knew where he was. Wanted some extra value. No surprise either Colin is more aggressive. You still getting the side event, Phil? Still a bit of.
I don't think you can.
Is the entry finished? James has got the ace 10 of clubs.
Okay, we'll see the cards now.
James takes that down. We're still pretty even stacks. James just got the upper hand. Well, James found the ace again. He's had some decent hands on the button here. He's raised the button. Colin, I think we saw him 3-bet and give it up when James 4-bet with the ace 10. Probably going to stop Colin getting too fruity with his hands. I don't mind just calling with the 8-5 suited and seeing a flop pretty deep.
Blinds are 12-24. No running ante for anybody who's looking for the antes. It does like the suited cards.
What does James do with ace 7 here? It's tricky when you play against someone who 3-bets along, heads up. James just passes there. He'll be interested to find out that he was up against 8 high.
Look at them chip counts. Next leg for us is Cardiff, 24th till the 31st of May. Will you be there?
Cardiff, not Cardiff.
Cardiff.
Cardiff. Yeah, I'll be there. I shall be there.
In the Red Dragon Centre. It's a great
Lovely.
place.
It's like Edinburgh, actually. It's a lovely city to go to.
It is.
Good nightlife. We shall be there. We'll be supping a pint the night before and trying to win the tournament.
Yeah.
That's
Sounds good. Sounds good indeed, does that?
Different time of year, isn't it? I remember playing there after Vegas last year. I flew back to play it. And then stayed up because I was jet lagged. Woke up at 6 in the morning and it was heads up for a bracelet in the 10k PLO.
What, one of our lads?
Yeah. Oh, I can't think who it was now. Javid.
Alright.
Javid was heads up in the 10k PLO and I sat and watched that, and the other guy played really well actually. He was a bit unlucky to play against somebody so he came second for 800,000, 600,000, some decent sum, about 600,000 I think.
Well, the winner of this last year went to Vegas and scored for 450,000.
Yeah, only 10. Colin has outturned James here, hasn't he? Colin had bottom pair, James second pair. Bottom pair has become bottom trips. Colin's bet 75. James is going to call that.
Yeah, I think he does. Indeed, you're right. And the river.
Didn't change much. James still has second.
That's actually a decent card for James. It's lower than his 7.
Yeah.
Does he put Colin? Can't really put Colin. He could put Colin in a 5, I suppose. But
yeah, he could. I mean, you can have a queen or a 5, can't he? But there's also a lot of draws that, the flush draw never got there. And most of the straight draws didn't really get there. If Colin had a hand like 6-8 on the flop, then he's just made bottom pair, he's just made a pair which he thinks might be good. So lots of reasons for James to call here. It's a big bet from Colin though. 300,000 into 250,000.
Is he trying to make it look like a busted flush draw?
Yeah, he is, but I mean, it just makes it easier to fold. I guess he thinks James has got a queen. He thinks James has got a hand, but I mean, James's hand is pretty marginal, and when you face an overbet with a marginal hand, it's probably the best idea just to get rid. Which he does. Good fold from James, I think.
Yeah, it is a good fold, actually.
He might have got paid off on a standard bet there. Looks strong, doesn't it? Overbets always look strong, that's the point of them. Colin edges ahead. A little bit of attritional, this, isn't it? A little chipping away to start with, which is probably what we thought when they start so deep. Still nothing happening in the football, Phil.
No, even though the screen is blurred.
Top 2 sides, aren't they?
Yeah, the draw was massive at 11-5. I did tell everybody.
Well, I think the goalless draw was really, especially the way Chelsea...
9.8 on Betfair.
Yeah, I think the way Chelsea played, I don't think Arsenal are that good defensively, but Chelsea don't really play that attacking. They haven't really got a striker, have they, at the minute?
They started with that one.
Who's playing up there?
Hazard.
Is he?
Yeah, and then Drogba came on for Austria.
Yeah, 0-0 look big to me. I think it suits both teams as well, that's the other thing. Neither team wants to lose, neither team desperately needs to win.
9.8 with the additional own goal for the bonus. So, Queen 5 defending on the big blind. Colin, as James just finds ace king. Goes check.
Straight draws both of them. Up and down for Colin, gut shot with 2 overs for James. Very studied, James, isn't he? And this would just be a quick call for me, I think, but doesn't do anything in a hurry.
180.
And he's raised it. Again, he's taken an unorthodox line.
Surprised he folded there with the down straight draw.
Yeah.
You lead out and don't call them in raise.
And Ace King had a lot of showdown value there. I think I wouldn't have raised there, but there we go. James knows his onions. Next time I get heads up, Phil, I'm refusing to sit like this. I don't like sitting so close.
No.
I want to sit end to end like Johnny Chan and Eric Seidel.
3 and 7. I think they do it because obviously the camera's now static, so you see that instead of flicking all the time between one and the other.
I understand that.
So
I'd still rather stare down my opponent down the table. Colin didn't have his cards in the box there, but he wins the hand anyway. Just seems to be getting, well, dead level.
Dead level.
Well, Colin was just taking
2.3, 2.3, 100 big blinds each.
Could be in for a long one.
Yes.
We don't mind a long one that starts at 5 o'clock or whatever time they got heads up.
No. No, but if everybody at the start of the day saying, well, it could be a 9-hour day, so 9 PM will be the cut-off. It will be a fantastic battle we'll have witnessed if it does go on that long.
Colin quickly folds the 9 deuce off. James raising with suit connectors.
Check that.
Eight, 10, 8. Check, Jack on the turn.
What, 10 to 11? Back to 11 to 8.
See that?
Yeah, no, I know. I see it anyway.
Colin hits his jack and takes that one down.
I just follow camera.
And both these guys know that these opening exchanges, while they're semi-important, it's not going to make a massive difference to the run of things.
No.
A bit of momentum though always helps. Seven deuce off, James folds. Don't think Colin would have folded for what we've seen with Colin and his seven deuce. Seems to like that hand. Oh, two big hands here, but they're the same.
How does this work out? Raise.
Last aggressor is James in the big blind. He's 3-betting. Colin's just peeled from the button. That's the kind of board where it's going to go bet and call.
150.
So there's the bet. Probably 200 from James, something like that. 150 from James. I imagine that Colin's definitely not falling to one bullet. And he hasn't. Now, 3 clubs on the board. Colin has got the ace of clubs. James checks. So what's Colin going to do? He's got the nut flush draw, 2 overs. It's a 3-bet pot. A lot of chips in there, 600,000 in there already. He's not shy about putting them in, Colin.
And he does have the redraw.
175.
Only 175 is a pretty tiny bet, isn't it?
Kind of give me a call because I know I'm free rolling kind of bet.
Quarter of the pot. So it's almost give me a call because I've got a monster. It's a bit of a horrible situation with James. He doesn't really know where he's at, whether he's winning, whether he's losing, whether he's against a draw, and he folds. I think it's the right thing to do. Colin did have the redraw anyway.
Yeah.
Always hard to put your opponent on the same hand as yourself, though. So we've got a little bit of daylight between them for the first time, Phil. 2.6 to
in
Colin.
favour of Colin Woo.
Colin who?
Woo!
Hope he checks into hotels like that. Can I take your surname, please, sir? I see the trophy there, just the other end of the table. What these two are playing for, as well as 30,000 quid, Phil.
33,930 and 22,230.
So it's 34 and 22, just about. Quiz time, Phil.
Quiz time. I am ready.
These are people's initials, along with the city served by their airport. Name the person.
Name the person?
Yeah.
Name the person.
JL, Liverpool.
John Lennon.
R. Washington.
Roosevelt. Is it No, it can't be Roosevelt because that's Franklin, isn't it?
See if we can help fill out in the chat box. No cheating. RR Airport in Washington. We come back to that one.
Yes, we have to come back to that one.
BH in Burbank.
Where's Burbank?
America.
Is it? Why are they all named after somebody? No, don't know that one.
Shall I tell you that one or not?
Is that, yes, tell me that one.
That was Bob Hope.
Really?
Yep.
Bob Hope Airport?
Yep.
Really?
And BB in Islamabad. This is the one I went for.
BB in Islamabad. Benjamin Britten.
No.
Didn't think so, to
Don't
be
get
fair.
much help, are you, in the...
Didn't think so, to be fair.
No. Can I tell you?
Yeah.
Benazir Bhutto.
All right, okay, yeah.
And RR in Washington.
Ronald Reagan.
Yay.
Yes.
Right, second ones. LW in Gdansk.
LW. That's going to be like Lake Wałęsa.
That's right.
Yes.
Been there. CDG in Paris.
Charles de Gaulle.
IG in Delhi.
Indira Gandhi.
MP in Venice.
Ooh. MP.
Yeah. Oh, I thought you were going to run the board there.
Ooh, MP. In where? Venice?
Yep.
MP.
Come on.
MP in Venice. Oh. No, don't know that one.
Marco Polo.
The Marco Polo Airport.
Yep. I'm going to give you a clue with my shirt. There you go, there's your quiz done for the day.
Airports. Why do they have to be named after someone?
Not many of them are, but, you know, some are. Some get renamed. George Best got renamed, didn't it?
Oh, yes, for Northern Ireland.
So we've got the best hand again here. James has got some kind of hand, but not enough. Seems to be the story the last sort of half hour, doesn't it? James kind of getting the second best of it. Colin takes down another one. Another fairly hefty pot.
Like you say, bit of a gap, a brewing.
Yeah. So what? 1.6. That'll be 3 million now for Colin. Almost 2-1 chip lead. James will just be feeling a little bit like he's up against it. Momentum is not there.
He was in that risk. Yeah, he will risk.
Colin is very, very perky at the table, loving life at the minute. James is just hoping for a little change of luck. King ten of diamonds for James. A pretty decent hand. He's gonna, just going to limp now. Change your tactics. And again, Colin's got the best hand. He checks James. No. There's a better call anyway on the flop, whichever way around it came. Looks to me like Colin bet, but check on the turn. James needs to hit a king or a 10 and he hasn't. Colin's rivered 2 pair.
Colin's rivered, yep.
I think Colin's going to bet again here and James is going to feel a little bit like he's getting run over. Might even be tempted to call with a king high James here. No, again, you can see by the way he threw his cards away a little. Slightly in disgust, slightly fed up. Decent start 9 king 10 of diamonds but couldn't connect.
So Colin has the chip lead, grinding and grinding away.
2-1 in chips.
They were bang level. Bang level they were.
12.24. James has still got 1.6 million chips, so he's got 50 bigs.
Yep.
Not exactly danger zone time, is it? But he knows the momentum's against him.
Football finish 0-0. Yeah, the bet's in. The bet's in, boys.
The bet's in, but
the
it's not
bet
on.
is in, but it's not on. 0-0.
Story of our lives.
It was. Oh, about the draw.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, about the draw. Oh. Colin Porter, good evening, sir. One of the one of the commentators sounds like the snooker commentator. Who's that then?
That's you, John Virgo.
Pot as many balls as you can.
Where's the white ball going? They should bring back Big Break.
They should.
Wasn't Richard Osman doing an episode of it the other day or something?
Oh, I don't know, is he?
He was doing something with old game shows. Big Break was brilliant.
Big break, John Virgo. Pot as many balls as you can.
It's only a game, so put up a real big fight.
Oh, good evening. How are you?
I'm fine and yourself.
Wonderful, please, thank you.
Una cola light.
Cola light?
I'm speaking Spanish?
Yes, I am.
Ish. Por favor. Hey, learn from me, Phil.
Are you Spanish?
Hi.
Oh, Dos San Miguel, por favor.
We do wish.
That's the best sentence in Spanish.
We do wish.
Yes.
Love a San Miguel now in the proper glass. In the big vase glass.
And then it has to be 85 degrees outside.
Oh, well, that's my sister's in Tenerife at the moment. It's,
Oh, right.
it's hotter than 85 degrees.
Is it really?
It looks lovely over there. That's the life. We're stuck in a back passage.
We're in the, if you know the Edinburgh casino, we are in the back passage of the card room, to be fair.
We are.
Yeah, it's been mentioned before, Billy. And I actually met John Virgo 2 years ago.
I bet you thought it was his twin.
And unbelievably, we nearly had identical shirts on as well.
Is he from Rotherham?
No, he's from Salford.
Oh, of course he is.
He's from Salford. He's. We went to the after party of the final when O'Sullivan beat Hawkins.
Okay.
And we went to the after party, invited by Barry Hearn himself.
I'd love to see you and John Virgo
So,
wearing the same shirt.
Me and John Virgo. I don't know if I've got a photo actually. Anyway, I think I took it off. But, we'll see if we can find it. Not that I can show anybody, but
you should be able to put it in the chat box, shouldn't you?
No, actually, we'll be on my random camera. No, I don't think I've got it on my phone. So, you know when you take photos off and you think, where's I put these? Oh, I know, I'll just delete them.
Put them on your laptop, don't you?
Oh, that's true.
If you got rid of some of them nudie ones, you'd have loads of room.
Joe, I don't have any nudie ones at all, to be fair. Got some of me golf attire and getting on me plane to the Isle of Man, where Richie Pearson and Don Mahoney had to sit on opposite sides of the plane.
Oh, because that plane doesn't look big enough to get you. You have to lie down in there.
Where would they be in club boxes? Don't think they're on.
So Colin's still the most aggressive, as we thought. Look at the chip stacks now. Phil.
Oh, wow.
Look at the physical stack.
What about Colin Porter? He's got to the last game of the season with his footy bet. Watford to win the league, Bristol City and Shrewsbury Town.
How's Shrewsbury doing?
They're top of the league.
Wow.
I think Burton are top of the league, aren't they? Burton top of the league and then Shrewsbury are second, or it's very, very close, something like that.
James has finally got the best hand here. Colin is defending the 8-4 diamonds. Don't know what's on the flop because Sausage Fingers hasn't pressed the button. There we go. James has got top pair, Colin's got bottom pairs. Finally, James has a little bit of relief here. Let's see if we can get 3 streets of value out of this. There's a bet from James.
Richie P says I had to stand in the middle. Richie P, we love you. We love you. It is true. It was a plane that Richie P didn't want to be on. Let me tell you.
Was he like B.A. Baracus?
He was. Ain't getting on no plane, fool.
Unfortunately, he's always so drunk he can probably just won't do anything.
Burton 2 points in front.
Jimmy Floyd Hasselbank.
Yes. How did that work out ever?
Ace Jack for Colin here. Ace Jack of spades on the button, and he's going to raise it. James got the Ace Queen. Big hand here, Tower.
Ace Jack for Colin, Ace Queen for James. This could be our first all in.
What are the stacks? James has got 1.5 million. It's a lot to get in pre-flop. I think if Colin just called with the Ace Queen before. Remember when they both had Ace Queen?
Mm-hmm.
Colin just called the 3-bet, but maybe the fact that he's been 3-bet a couple of times. This time he might 4-bet it. This time it's suited. You noted before, didn't you? He likes a suited hand. And he does put in the 4-bets.
This could be the first all in and call.
4-bet at 400. James can't call. It's all in or fold. It's got to go all in. I think with Ace Queen. If we're up against Ace King, you shrug your shoulders. But he's been a bit second best so far in this heads up, James. And if he can get this one big call correct and get them all in pre-flop here. Yep, all in. Call. So there's 3 million of the 4.6 in play going into the centre here. Ace Jack, Colin, Ace Queen, James Mitchell. James is at risk. James needs to stay ahead. If Colin can hit a Jack.
He does indeed. First time. And to be fair, every single person that has been all in on the final table has lost.
Yeah, Short Seconds lost every hand.
James is an all-in player.
So, dealer positions the cards. Here we go. Colin needs to hit a Jack.
Flop time. Oh, the Jack and the Queen.
So the Jack
Everybody's got some of it.
All that's done is means he's got one less out, really.
That's right.
Needs to hit another Jack. No spades, no backdoor spades from him, so just a Jack. No, no good. So James Mitchell can avoid seeing a Jack on the river. He doubles up and takes the chip lead. Flip flop in positions again.
Oh. The first double up on the final table by anybody that's all in. Like, wow.
And that means James goes to 3.2 million, Colin down to 1.4.
Yep.
They swap positions. Colin was getting the best of that heads up. It's all about timing, isn't it? He had Ace Queen before and he got 3-bet and just peeled. This time he got 3-bet and he had Ace Jack.
Yep.
And he stuck it in. I wonder if he just loved the fact they were suited a bit too much. Wow. Big, 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 big pot.
So James Mitchell back as chip leader.
2/3 of the chips in play were in the middle of that pot. That means that Colin is left with a third. James now has 2/3, and having felt like the momentum's against him, James is going to be loving life. Ace Queen.
Hey, ladies and gentlemen! I found my picture of me and John Virgo stood side by side.
Like father and son.
Brilliant. Eventually found it. It's on Facebook somewhere.
Get that on the blog.
How do you do that?
Right click and save it to start with.
Right click. Save image.
Yeah, save it on your desktop somewhere.
Save it on my desktop. How would you do that?
Hang on, it'll come up. It'll take a second.
Oh dear. Stick it on my desktop.
Yeah.
Me and me dad.
No, do you have the admin rights for the blog?
Oh, that's the point. I don't even know if I could put it in the chat box.
I don't think you can put it in the chat box. I think you can put it on the GUKPT blog. Or you could just put it on the GUKPT page, couldn't you?
Well, there you go. Post it on Facebook.
Put it on the GUKPT Facebook page, Phil. I think that's where it belongs.
Where do you post the link?
Just go back to the page it was on.
Well, it's on me. It's there.
Over the page where you found it.
Post an image or something and share link here. Well, I've got the picture. I don't know how to share it. I have no idea how to share a link. It's a great photo, by the way.
Put it on the GUKPT page. You must have admin rights.
Where's the link?
So Colin's raised the 10-9 and James... Sorry, Colin limped the 10-9. James has raised ace-10, got him dominated, but Colin's flopped the flush draw. James is checking. I don't think Colin's going to check. Straight draw for Colin. See what he does with it. Remember, he's only got 1.2 million. There's 300,000 in this pot. Strong right arm now. No fear from Colin. He's bet 100,000. James falls very quickly. Feels a little weak that from James. Just a check fold there to 100,000.
Well, there's a chip lead. After doubling up.
Giannis has just announced blinds up.
15-30, will it?
Yeah.
I think it is.
Thank you.
Post it on Twitter. I'm impressed. All you guys know exactly what you're doing.
Here's PK, he'll help you out.
How do I get a picture of my off there into the chat box?
Or
Can it be
onto
done?
the GUKPT blog or something.
Somebody wanted to see me and John Virgo together because it's there. Because they think it's the same person.
Be my dad.
Can you put it on the GUKPT Facebook page?
Well, right click, left click.
No, just double click on it.
No, it's whizzing round now.
This is like asking your mum to change your channel.
I didn't mean to do that. Yes.
Right, close that. Close that.
Close it.
Yeah.
That one.
You can put it on the Facebook page.
There.
Photo. Yep. Desktop. Yeah.
Just type in me.
Where did I put it?
Oh,
there.
Sixty, 70, 5 more and that's 75. Now,
There you go.
I tell you, I've seen celebrity lookalikes that aren't as good as that film.
There you go. It's on the GUKPT Facebook page. Thanks to PK for sorting that out. If you have it, put in the movie. There you go. I did like the video you posted the other day about the analysis I gave the people and telling them how to play.
Yeah, that should have gone on there as well, really, shouldn't it? You've got to know when to hold them.
Absolutely.
Know when to fold them.
You got to know, yes.
Big putt run again, no one's got anything. Interesting. $9-5 against 6-5. We have 350,000 in the middle. Wow, and 6-5 flopped and up and down. So Colin again start with the worst hand and has flopped. Flopped something he's probably going to go with, I think.
In that picture, I look more like John Virgo than John Virgo. It was great to meet him. I had half an hour with him and a good chat.
I think Colin's probably going to shove this in, isn't he? It's a 3-bet pot. No one
It does like, you know, it does like his open enders and the aggression that goes with it.
I think it's the way to play if you can see a flop of 5-6.
Just a call.
Wow. See ya. Well, he's given himself a big, if a big card comes, he's given himself a tricky decision. Now, can James fire again? It's hard for James to fire again. He's 3-bet the 9-5. James has checked. Colin's in a weird situation now, though. He's got 6 high. He's got no showdown value. I think James has got nothing. It's time to fire a big bet. You bet 225, Colin. Wow. And James has got nothing, so he has to pass. Not sure about the way Colin played that, but it worked out. I think you just had to go with that on the flop. Close your eyes and hope for the best once you've got that far. So James, I'm showing a bit of flair there. Three bet on the 9-5 and get himself into a sticky spot, and then folding the best hand. Raise it up with the 10-3.
Colin Wu on the comeback trail.
7.
sportsbook. James again folds the best hand. 10-3, made a pair. Colin gets it laid down, and we're almost back to even again. 2.5 for James, 2.1 for Colin. It's a good bounce back by Colin after that hiccup. That's how quick it goes.
Yep.
Not much difference though.
No. I'm alright.
Yes? Alright, thanks, mate. Haven't dinner break.
Yeah, well, there's no scheduled dinner break, but obviously if they get there, then they could be having their dinner. They've got to eat, I suppose.
Yeah, there's only... I could have told you that. It's only...
Nice. You're right, the 160. Here's the 470,000.
The ace king for James. Boom, big raise. Big 4-bet from James. Colin had 3-bet the Queen 9 of diamonds, as we know he likes to. I wonder whether he's going to see a flop here, Phil. You reckon he likes the suited cards? 310,000 to call. Colin would love to see a flop with his Queen 9 of diamonds. Absolutely love to. I bet he's thinking now, why did I 3-bet? I love the size of James's 4-bet.
Colin, he does like the suited cards. We've seen that. He does like the suited cards.
He'd love to see a flop. James has made such a good bet size here, I think. He's made sure that he's priced out really these.
Wow.
And just had a feeling he was going to do it, didn't we? What a huge pot this is. There's a million chips in the middle of this pot. Give or take.
Already a mill.
Already
in the middle.
A quarter of the chips in play are in the middle. Before we see a flop. Wow, it's a nothing flop. And if you're James, you just go with your ace king, don't you? That flop changes nothing. If you're losing with ace king before, you're losing with it now. Colin's got 1.6 million left. There's nearly a million in the middle. I think I'm betting 600 and calling the rest off. That flop changes nothing, and you just hope that Colin's got like an ace queen, ace jack hand, and he might even call it off, drawn very, very thin. James does make the bet, 400,000. Bet size doesn't matter too much now because Colin can't really just play down the streets.
No.
He basically either commits to this hand here or he folds it. But it's so important, like, for players to look at the texture of flops rather than just think, right, I 3-bet pre-flop, now I'm going to stick it in. Like, this flop just can't change anything really. And Colin can have, obviously, you can have 7-8 and he could have gone ahead, but really it's such an innocuous flop that you have to go with your ace king here, and you might even get action from ace queens and ace jacks that you dominate anyway. James takes it down.
Nice pot.
Big pot, and that puts him almost back to where he was after he had the big double up, really. 3 million against 1.6. Colin had taken a few smaller pots down before that, but a 4-bet pot there and James takes it. You notice nearly all of these big 3 and 4-bet pots, James has the goods, Colin has the, I don't know, what should we call them, the ambitious hands?
Yeah.
Colin's making pots bigger with non-premium hands. James seems to only stick to the, I guess James did it with the 9-5 of diamonds earlier though. And in general, James has got the better hands in these big pots, and that can prove important in the long run. Nine 3 offsuit James, that ain't going anywhere but the muck.
Still playing with a smile on his face.
Having a bit of a joke here.
Yeah.
Enjoying life. Worst place to be than playing heads up for a minimum of 22 grand.
7 all-ins on the final table and 7 losses and 7 exits.
All the way up until James managed to arrest that streak.
Gary Bertram, 9th, 8th, Dave McLean, 7th, Usman Ulhack, 6th, Steve Wood, 5th, Richard Clyde, 4th was Mindy, and in 3rd place, Paul Strachan. Heads up, and we've had a double up.
Why don't you give Mindy a surname?
Because it's, I don't want to be, well, alright then, his name is Mindigus Kriakinus. There you go.
If that was right, I'll give you the money myself.
Kriakunus.
You had a good cracky, son.
Yes. Yes. Mindigus Kriakunus. Yeah. Rolls off the tongue. A Mindy to mates, see? Mindy to friends. And there you go.
There you go, even likes your picture.
Yes.
Go on, Mindy. Colin raised with pocket 7s, James the 5 deuce straight in the muck. And Colin begins again, he wins a lot of small pots, Colin. If you totaled up the amount of pots won by each of these players, heads up, I reckon Colin would be winning 3-2, something like that, maybe even more. Yeah, James is chip leader because he's one of the big important ones.
Afternoon, Dave. Yes, it was amazing. It took nearly 3 hours to go from 19 to 9, and then all of a sudden it went 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, and now heads up. Every single all-in lost. Every single player that was all-in went out of the tournament. It was just one of those. But now we're talking, the guys have got 100 bigs. Blinds have just gone up actually. To oh no, there's still 15.30. So the what we got? 80 bigs each. 2.4. We had 4.6 million chips in play. Blinds are 15.30. $2.7 to 1.7.
James raising with the deuce 4. Wow. Flops a gut shot and Colin flops nothing. Colin just going to check, give up. Ah, he's one of those players, look. If you flop absolutely no equity at all, have a little stab at it. And I don't think James is going to give up. He's got backdoor spades as well. He's the pre-flop aggressor anyway on their sideboard. So now Colin is in a funny spot. James turns straight flush draw. Colin checks. Colin's going to lead out again. This is random, isn't it? He's fighting to call pre-flop with 10-9. It's not a bad hand. Flops pretty well.
The only way he's going to win the pot is if he empties the clip and James misses on the river.
Well, the only way it's going to be a pot worth winning is if he keeps betting. That's the thing. If he just check, gave up, get on with the next hand. Now it just looks, for all intents and purposes, like James has got an ace or a queen, doesn't it? Probably an ace. Possibly a 5. Colin's going to fire again. He's representing that 5. Doesn't make any sense, really, does it? Why would you lead out with bottom pair? And if you haven't got a 5, why wouldn't you slow down at some point because you're slightly worried? James doesn't have any showdown value at all. He's got the second nut low. But he's definitely thinking the way I'm thinking, that this just didn't make any sense. Why aren't you scared of any of these things changing the board? Raise it, says James. Little min raise.
Playing the board.
Look at that. Look at that for a read though. Look at that for a supreme read from James.
Poker of the highest quality.
It's exactly the thought process though. Like, it's fine Colin might lead, but if you think of the hands Colin leads into a pre-flop aggressor with a nice high board, then when the board changes on the turn, where the bottom pair pairs, is he not bothered about that? And once he bets that again, is he not bothered when the river card comes a blank and all the flush draws miss? It just makes no sense the way he played the hand. Like, if you asked him what 2 cards he's representing, he'd probably struggle to tell you. The only thing is, James's raise looks a little fishy and all the draws did miss, so that's the only reason Colin hasn't folded quickly. He's going to have to put a lot of chips in though to find out whether he's right, and he's got absolutely nothing. He's going for chips. Having a count up. Raise.
This is a fantastic pot for anybody watching and learning the game.
I just think James's min raise while it was. I just think if James had stuck another 75,000 on top of that raise, it wouldn't have set any alarm bells off at all. What a bet that is by Colin though, to go with his read. He's got absolutely nothing. He's been raised on the river.
And he flicks it in. Fantastic. What a great hand that was.
It was a great hand to watch. I just think maybe James could have made that raise a little bit bigger and it wouldn't have looked as fishy.
Let's get back level at 2.3 each. We said we're here till supper time.
That's about 1 in the morning for us though. So massive hand that was. I think James's min raise just maybe looked like a busted flush draw or something like that, and Colin just went with that read. I think if James had just made it 375 or 400, then he would have looked a lot more like he had maybe aces up, something like that, and also it would have made it too expensive for Colin to rebluff. Still, it takes a lot of cojones to. It's easy to make that read, but to actually back it up and stick all those chips in with absolutely nothing.
And again.
James takes that one down.
Edinburgh final of the GUKPT. 2 players have been on final tables before. And nobody has taken down the trophy. Colin Moore won the Champion of Champions. James has finished 3rd, 4th, 5th and 9th.
This is James' 5th final table? Wow. Doesn't play that many, does he?
Fantastic event, great staff, looked after us, the valets, the bar staff, all the staff connected with the casino. Claire, who was riding for charity yesterday on the bike, the old the Carers Trust that was getting money from the charity. She did 10k on the bike that was in there on Friday night, and then she did another 11. She was ridiculous. What are you doing? What? Yes. Awesome.
She's riding for charity.
She was indeed. They had a Michael Bublé impersonator here on Friday night as well, with a dinner. That was really busy upstairs. And then we found out that his second spot was like everything, and they did a 15-minute Queen spot, and he was on the stage show of the We Will Rock You.
Was he?
Yeah. Great singer. Have I kissed any Wolves of Derby fans this weekend? No. Derby. Derby fan, Derby County letting us down, mate, let me tell you.
What did they finish?
3-3. Rotherham United, to be fair, Rotherham United need to beat Reading on Tuesday to survive. Didn't get a chance to get. To be fair, there's not many Wolves fans or Derby County fans in Edinburgh. Derby County let us down after we got a point against Norwich City and probably ruined their promotion hopes. So no, unfortunately not. But if we beat Reading on Tuesday night, we are safe. Unlike Newcastle United, who are not safe.
They are really.
Not at all.
35 points will be enough.
No way near close. Everybody else is in form.
No, they're not. Sunderland aren't.
Yeah, Derby County were a definite coup and buster. Them and Wickham
and Middlesbrough.
And Middlesbrough away at Fulham. Those 3 were definite coup and busters.
What's that bell for?
That's Andy's phone. But if you had a good weekend in total, then well done, Dave. I backed the draw today of the Arsenal game. Tell everybody it was going to be a draw.
So start to come here.
Round, yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, fingers crossed. Full house at the New York Stadium or whatever it is. Top, so that's the flops are set.
Set of sixes for James, very hard to flop a set heads up. Set of six for James. Collins got the gut shot straight draw. That turn card's a bit of a disappointment. Because a heart might have seen the lot go in. Now Collins probably going to call with this gut shot. 175 to call. No, pass. And James edges in front again. 2.5, 2.1.
A Napoli draw tonight is big value, says Dave Collins. What's your verdict?
Why?
I don't know.
I'll ask him. Why is it big value? They played in Europe midweek, didn't they, on Thursday? I don't know whether that affects Italian clubs like it seems to affect British clubs.
Napoli play Sampdoria at 7:45. Fourth versus fifth.
Where's the value though? What do we know that the bookies don't
Sampdoria don't concede goals, I suppose.
Yeah, but I imagine the bookie knows that, doesn't he, when he sets the price? Is there some kind of team news or something, some reason why a draw would benefit them both? Looking at the table, I'd imagine that's to get. Do you get 4 teams going into the Champions League?
I don't know how it works.
Probably not in Italy, as there's probably 3 into the Champions League.
And the price of the draw is well above normal. Well, there's the info coming in from Mr. Dave Collins, who's had a good weekend.
Sounds like it. James is getting stubborn here with his pocket jacks. He's got the best time. With his pair of jacks, sorry. He's got jack, deuce. Collins got 6, 7. He's got no hand. Thin value bet from James again. Second pair, no kicker. Especially when you've just been bluffed out of a big pot. I guess he doesn't know he's been bluffed yet, but makes you a little bit more wary going for these thin value bets. Colin's thinking about it. Colin has raised it. See, that's the thing. I said James with these thin value bets. Colin's the kind of player, but James, yep, cool. There you go. If you know the guy's prone to bluff, then the thin value bet, know you're going to call if he raises you.
Yeah.
And he picks up a big pot, does James?
It turned into a big pot. It was relatively small, and then Colin went for the value. So back to 2.8 into 1.7. Napoli, Dave was on about the Napoli game for a bit of value towards the end of Sunday evening. 4-1 the draw.
4-1?
Yeah.
How can a draw be 4-1?
Well, that's what he said.
50,000.
So after the crash bang wallop start of this final, things have got a little more considered as Colin Wu and James Mitchell battling it out for their first GUKPT title. Colin's got 1.8 million, James has got 2.8. Colin has been the most aggressive. James has found the key hand when he needs to. Colin raises with King 8 offsuit, 10 jack for James, no one flops anything. As quite often with King High on an A-side board, Colin checks behind, bit of showdown value, pot control. James turns a spade draw though to go with a straight draw and has a bet, takes it out. $15.30. James Mitchell on the button. He's going to raise it up with a Queen 8. Colin calls King 10. Like we said before, the momentum, James was not seeming to be flopping anything and seemed to be getting dealt the best hand and getting out flopped. Now he seems to be getting hands where he's either flopping the best hand or he's flopping a draw that he can bet. Just has a bit more momentum behind him. Colin's bet this up and down straight draw. James checked the top pair. James will just call. He'll be aware that there's some draws there that Colin might have picked up. That's not one of them really. 9-10 got there, but James has got 2 pair now, so it's unlikely he'll be folding it. Let's see what Colin does. Remember, we've had 2 hands where there's been big bluffs going on the river. Colin's got away with the first one, but got called down on the second one, so when James value bets here, Colin quickly gets out of the way.
Edinburgh heads up James Mitchell and Colin Wu. 2.9 and 1.6. Started bang level. So just a slight change for James Mitchell. Tower and Jeff Kimber in the commentary box, seen an extraordinary final where from 9 to 2 was just one after the other. They were like 9 pins. And now we've got an extraordinary battle where the guys have got 80 bigs each, and it's fascinating to watch. We will be crowning a new champion in Edinburgh. Andy 10 came back for the final day, cashed as well, but it was the first player out today.
Hope no one charged him any VIG on his payout, did they? He didn't get charged any VIG on his payout, did he?
No.
No, that's good.
Collins thinking his ace high will be the virtual nuts. None of that. I think Colin will just. If he finds a re-raise, you've got to be thinking James is calling all day long.
Well, that's it now, isn't it? Once they've had those two big river clashes, then the river betting takes on a whole new thing. But Colin might call here. He's got ace high, paired board. No, pass. I get a feeling Colin puts bets together and tries to look for reads on people. You know, while he's thinks about what to do, he looks like he's in a call. I think he's all the time trying to look to pick something up.
Yeah.
And he seems to get more decisions right than wrong. So 2-1 chip lead for James again.
Dave Collins, are you sure Thursday is the 30th of May? Because we're in Cardiff for the GUKPT and that's the 24th until the 31st of May. So I'm guessing the 30th of May is a Saturday. That's a documentary about the North East Atlantic rowing. Fantastic. The two guys that are going to cross the Atlantic in a boat. Dave Collins is going to be on it. Well, I shall be watching whether if it's the Thursday or the Saturday. You'll have to let us know which date is right. Thursday the 28th, Saturday is the 30th. Whichever one it is, Dave. Fingers crossed we'll be watching. Ah, right. It's this Thursday. Ah, right, okay. This Thursday coming, the 30th of April. The North East Atlantic crossing. I'll be watching. Won't be doing much next week. Might play golf on Tuesday and Wednesday and Thursday.
Busy life?
Yeah. Going over to Majorca as well at some point in the next couple of weeks. Oh, you gotta do it. Get a bit of sunshine on your back.
Suited connectors. Well, that's a flop. That's one that we want to shuffle back in.
Yeah.
10-9 of clubs against Jack 8. There's a few flops could have got them into trouble, but King 5-3 with 2 hearts is one of them. And
the bet fold.
The button, as usual, position takes it down. We got somebody watching there, look. Or was that the next dealer?
It is.
We had a crowd brewing.
One by one as the locals departed, the fans on the rail got less and less. £117,000 was in the prize pool. We're now down to the final £56,000 to split. £33,910, £22,230 per second. Who's taking down the title? Who will it be?
Really? 180?
Well, 9s against 10 Jack. bit of 175 and a call. My James. The 4 won't change anything. So I'm expecting Colin to fire out again. Which he does. That'd have been the 4 of spades, James would have been interested. Not too sure he's going to be calling now.
So they're still battling away these smallish pots. What is that?
No, really. 10, 6, 7 Paducah. A gambling game if ever you play.
The actiony flop really.
Mm.
Top pair for James. Up and down for Colin. I think 4 would be our biggest action card. Give Colin a straight, give James top pair and an up and down. Overcard. Action killer. Well, Phil, our guess that we might be in the bar by 7 o'clock is looking slightly...
It is looking very thin now.
Yeah.
But we don't mind watching a cracking game of poker. To be fair. To be fair. And Colin has hit on the river, but he won't be too happy.
No, and James is 2 pair. A lot of chips in this pot. 920,000 again, another big pot. If Colin loses it, which you've got to think he's going to, because he's got bottom pair against 2 pair. Getting a bit short is Colin. Or as short as we've seen anybody, I'd imagine.
Especially if he calls.
I can't see him calling.
No.
That's the thing. I think he'll get away from this. Doesn't do anything in too much of a hurry, but I think he's... And he goes for his chips again. See, when he goes for those big chips, I wonder whether he goes for them with the half an eye on his opponent to see whether he's liking the thoughts, you know, anticipating a call. Seems to do it a lot. Goes to grab those big chips, has a play with them. Let's have a little think. He's not looking at James, but all the time you get the feeling he's just having a little glance. See if we can pick anything up. Quite a nice habit to get into, that is. Try and pick up anything, whatever it is. And he passes.
Yeah, he gets that. Now 20,000, 40,000.
So James takes control again, more than 2 to 1 in chips. And the swap in of dealers.
The crowd go wild, singing Woo Woo Colin Woo. Who's this then?
One of the ladies that's playing the side event.
Oh, is it?
Mm.
Colin Woo fan club. He hasn't even turned around to see who it is. Why are Napoli so short at home tomorrow?
Today.
Today, I mean, yeah.
4th against 5th. Weird, isn't it?
Yeah, well, I mean, must be a lot of injury news or something that we haven't.
Why is Sampdoria 7-1? And yet Napoli are already even money to be winning at half time.
Well, all those prices will be correct. They'll be derived from the main price, won't they? So that won't be incorrect. But why they're starting at 1 to 2, I don't know. Must be a load of injury news. Right, another quiz for you, Phil.
Here we go. Are you ready?
This one is on the subject of Switzerland.
On what? What was the story with the updates? Not been changed for 30 minutes. Well, PK is trying not to put any spoilers because obviously it's the final and it's heads up, and he doesn't really want to put any spoilers in while people are watching the live stream. I know some people don't watch the live stream, but he tries not to put them on too quick. Maybe there's not a lot happening. Maybe it's
I mean,
one
there
of
hasn't
those.
been really, has there? There
No.
hasn't been any big.
No.
Remember, PK can't see what we can see, the hands, so there's not been any big showdowns or anything. I mean, there was that big hand where there was the 4 bets on the river, but even then we didn't get to see the cards, so not the most exciting thing to report on. The stacks are staying.
It does try and slow it down. It does, to be fair, it does try and slow it down because obviously it doesn't want people to spoil the viewing by inadvertently putting the spoiler in the chat box. So he tries to slow it down on the final. I can understand, but some people don't read it. I know that I don't have the TV. I know that bit. But right, come on, Jeffers.
Switzerland.
What do you think I actually know about Switzerland?
Not a lot.
Absolutely nothing.
What's it
apart from the snows now and again.
International dialing code.
+3-1.
+4-1.
Oh.
The largest alpine lake that is partly in Switzerland.
The largest alpine lake that is partially in Switzerland. Lake Geneva.
Yep.
Yes!
Total population to the nearest million.
Wouldn't be too many. I would go for 28.
8 million.
Is that all?
Yeah.
Wow.
Largest city by population.
Largest Switzerland. Bern.
Zurich.
Zurich. Oh, okay.
Country with which it has its longest border.
Austria.
You always go for that. It's Italy.
Italy.
Name its main unit of currency.
It's currency. Is it not in the euro? Is it not? I don't know. I've never been to Switzerland. Is Switzerland in the euro? It probably isn't. Franc.
The franc, Swiss franc. We should
Yes.
go to Switzerland.
Yes, the Swiss franc.
The 2012 federal president. I'll be impressed if you get this.
Who's the president of Switzerland?
Evelyn Widmer Schlumpf. Double-barrelled.
And it's a lady.
I'm loving Schlumpf. And the name of the capital city.
Bern.
Yeah.
Oh, Bern. Twice.
You did.
Where do you pull them questions from?
That's from the Pointless app. That was my.
All right. Okay.
That was my subject against my sister.
Yes, the Swiss francs. Nice one, Steve. I didn't think there was in the euro. What's the exchange rate?
What, between francs and euros?
No, well, we're not in the euro.
Well, you didn't say for us.
No, I'm not. Oh, we're talking about anybody else.
Well, you just mentioned Euros a second ago. I don't know any of them anyway.
Is Switzerland a cheap place to go to?
Let's go. Let's go and have a snowball fight. Go sledging.
No, too violent.
So Colin on the button. 10-5 of diamonds. He started limping a few buttons. No, that's a raise, sorry. Raise to 80, playing 20-40. James has got one of those pretty average hands, heads up. Queen 6 offsuit. I quite like the way he's decided to play that. It doesn't flop particularly well. A bit too strong to throw away, so he's 3-bet an instant pass from Colin. There's been a little bit of a gear change from James. He's played very kind of tight and low risk earlier on. You can see there the pre-flop raises. Colin is still ahead. James has just upped the aggression factor a little bit. See, he's just checking his text there on his phone, possibly getting a text from anyone watching the stream telling them this is what's happening, that's what's happening. There's no reason why players can't do that should they want to. The only thing they can't do is to watch the stream while they're there. But this final's been played in a very good atmosphere. Two players have had a good laugh with each other, had good fun. Both guaranteed 22,000, remember. 34,000, give or take a couple of quid for the winner. 2.8 to 1.7. Colin's chipped away and won most, I'd say most of the pots, heads up. So James is on the button. 6 deuce off. Having said how aggro he started to play, he just gives him a walk. I think there's a time and a place to do that though when you're playing heads up. I think 6 deuce is such a horrible hand. Couldn't flop anything. No harm in giving your opponent a walk with that. So the dealer shuffles up again and Colin's on the button. The stacks look quite even to the eye, but Colin's actually got a lot more of the yellow chips, which are 5Ks, which are smaller denomination than the red chips, or red and yellow speckled chips, which are 25Ks. I think James is about 2.8 to 1.8 ahead. Big hand for Colin though. Ace King offsuit on the button, and he'll raise this, and he won't be folding this one if he gets 3-bet. He's done it a couple of times, and he's given it up. Raises this one. James, unfortunately for Colin, has nothing and throws it away.
Is it a case of like massive hands like Ace King don't mean half as much as they do when you've got 4 or 5 players left or anything like that? Is it basically more often than not just any 2 cards you're going to be playing in spots and situations and just looking at the players?
As we said before, you know, when someone asked about the blog, there's been hardly any showdowns, has there? So when there's hardly any showdowns, that means it doesn't really matter what you had.
No.
You can play your hand, you know, whether you had it or not.
When you are heads up and you look down and you see jacks and you see queens, it's nowhere near as doesn't seem as important as if you've got a full ring.
Well, it just feels like this is a hand I'm not folding. It's like if you get jacks in a full ring and then you raise and it gets 3-bet and then 4-bet before it gets to you,
yeah,
you start questioning whether this hand's good enough and what I should do with it. But a hand like jacks or queens heads up is just like, I don't care what happens, I'm going with this, you know. And even when an overcard comes on the floor, you know, say you raise and call and it comes king high, even then it's very rare you're going to fold it. Whereas, you know, full ring, maybe 3 people saw the flop, you think one of them's probably got a king, somebody might have flopped a set. I think it makes decisions a little bit easier. Really, you can make a case for getting your chips in a bit easier with those hands. It's such a. I mean, you spend so long playing with rubbish hands heads up, you know, because you're playing so many hands. If you think a normal VPIP in a tournament would be like 15%, something like that, and if you think now when you're playing heads up, your VPIP's probably going up to 75-80%, then it's you can see how you have to widen your range so much.
Yeah.
You know, James is boshing away with the Queen 3 offsuit here. Colin's going to call him, unfortunately, for him. But, you know, he's playing Queen 3 offsuit. There's no way he'd play Queen 3 offsuit if he was in a 6-handed or a 9-handed table. But you have to make do with what you get, unfortunately. A lot of the time, Queen High is going to be the best time.
Yeah.
But as Colin takes that hand down, we see that the stacks get close again. 2.6 to 2. And remember, that's 50 big blinds effective.
Yeah. Colin's stretching along. Being sat down since 1 o'clock.
Not too long.
Not at all. Not at all. We've had final tables finishing at 4 in the morning, and you know it's.
I know what you're saying about the lack of premium hands. You get ace 6 offsuit, looks like a monster, doesn't it? When you're Colin, you raise the button. Now James is going to defend the suited king. Nobody flops anything. Well, a good shot for James, I guess. I don't think he'll be folding to 1-bet. Backdoor clubs as well. I think he'll call this bet. See what the turn brings. There we go. And he does pick up the flush draw. There's 4 to a straight, but James now picks up the flush draw. Wonder whether he can try and rep this this straight. I might have been tempted to lead out there. Rep the straight, and if you get called, you've got a flush draw to back it up anyway. And if you miss your flush, bet again on the river anyway. Still repping the straight and hope for the best. Of course, there's a danger Colin might have the straight. As it happens, Colin's got absolutely nothing. He's actually got a bit of showdown value with ace high. Again, Colin, he's boshing away here without really considering that he might have the best hand anyway. Making this pot big. What's James going to do? Yeah, I like it. James raises. So he is repping that straight. There we go. Repping the straight with the backup that he had the flush draw should he need it if Colin calls. And I think Colin should probably just take a free card there. He's got an ace high, which has got some showdown. He's got a pretty thin value bet range there because there's 4 cards to a straight. And the gap opens again, just like that. James wins 300,000 in that pot. If James wins 3 of those pots in a row where he takes 300,000 off James, then all of a sudden, where he takes 300,000 off Colin, then all of a sudden Colin's in a position where it's all in a fold poker. So even though these two are battling and been battling for how long? Been heads up now for 2 hours?
Just over 2 hours. Yeah,
2 hours. You know, it's very close. If one person wins a few hands in a row with blinds at 20-40, it can be a quick game. Colin's just counting his chip set. It's very important for the players to always be aware of what their chip stacks are. Colin, you can see just double checking what he's got so he knows exactly where he's at.
2 hours, 15 minutes and counting.
Yeah, it's been a long heads up.
It has.
I mean, it has to be really though. They started 100 big blinds deep.
Yeah.
And they've had a couple of blind increases, so the effective stack was 50 bigs, wasn't it?
Yeah. And I think James is very good at pot control as well, isn't he? He's not going to get over. He's not going to get himself in any spots where he's thinking, well, I've overbet there.
No. I mean, he did play one hand where he went a bit mad with the. I think he 3-bet 9-4, suited pre-flop, and then bet a flop and got called and ended up giving it up. And when that happens to you, you kind of put you on the back foot a bit from doing it again as well.
Yeah.
I think he's doing better just playing his hands really and controlling, betting big when he has it. And he's got top pair in the up and down now. Colin's got an up and down as well, hasn't it? 100 from James, quick call from Colin.
The up and down it on the turn. Gets him involved.
Colin's got the idiot end of it.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, he's managed to find it.
He's found it.
Give James top 2 pair. Oh, that's ugly from James. I wonder if James is going to bet fold this.
Has the 10 of clubs saved him rather with knowing there's a flush out there as well?
Not really. I mean, it's pretty hard to make a flush. You can't be too scared of 3 clubs. I wondered whether James might choose to kind of stop about that and fold if he got raised. As it happens, Colin's only bet 125, so I think James will call. I mean, Colin could have bet 350 there, couldn't he?
Check calls. James going to see the 6 and he's going to flick his go, slam them down. Oh, very good. They were good.
Yeah. That's your little signal that you got lucky there, pal.
Yeah.
But didn't show his hand, but just made it known that he got a bit outdrawn there. I think Colin should have bet bigger there, to be honest, because it's, James either got a hand he can call whether he hasn't, really. I think 2 pair is probably about the minimum you would call with a 4 on the board, 4 straight cards.
So we're just 8 hours away from the latest finish.
That's a spirit, Phil.
We were 10 hours away when we started, to be fair.
20% of the way there. Colin's gone for the jacket back on. I wonder whether he's cold or whether... for some reason I almost superstitiously decided to put my hoodie on and off and change a look and, put some music on or take the headphones out or play with the phone or don't play with the phone. Just try and change things up a little bit.
Yep. Who won the latest ever GUKPT final?
Who won?
Who won?
Who won?
Who won the latest ever GUKPT
I
final?
don't know, because I'd have been tucked up in bed while you were commentating on it.
Yeah.
Unless it was the Kevin Allen one.
If anybody gets it, I'm going to give them an £11 token.
Not the Kevin Allen one then.
Not the Kevin Allen one.
London, that was
Who
3 a.m.,
won the latest ever finish of a GUKPT?
That Kevin Allen was 3 a.m, wasn't it?
It was.
So that puts a bit of perspective.
It's 2:15 actually.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
And there's a bit of perspective, so it was later than that.
Who won the latest finish
I know.
of a GUKPT final? Who was it?
I once was in the earliest finish, but I think the record got beaten when I lost heads up in Thanet. It was done by about 6:15. I think Cardiff maybe last year beat that. So one of the dealers was telling me.
Yeah. Wasn't one of the earliest finishes as well Tony Phillips?
In Newcastle.
Remember? Yeah. That was an early finish.
Possibly.
He seemed to wipe everybody out, didn't he?
Including himself in the end.
Malcolm Clark. I don't know who Malcolm Clark is.
Malcolm
Clark.
Sounds like
is that 2 players in one?
Sounds like a footballer from the 80s.
Yeah. McDonald.
No, I know Malcolm McDonald is. Don't worry about that.
Is it the best number 9 you've had or not?
No, sure is.
Alright.
I mean, I'm too young to have seen McDonald properly, simple that, but Shearer was the best in Europe at the time we bought him. Straight after Euro 96. People forget how good Shearer was because he went on until 35 where he couldn't run anymore.
Yeah.
I mean, he was still scoring 20 goals a season when he couldn't run. But people kind of have that in their minds, is that how he was? But if you look back when he was at Blackburn and then when the first few years in Newcastle, he was unbelievable. Look at his goals record compared to everyone else. Even compared to someone like Thierry Henry, who played in the Premier League for years and years and was brilliant, and Ian Wright.
Michael Clark. Michael Clark. No, Michael Clark was finished for 10 o'clock. That was done for 10ish. We were back in the Blackpool G celebrating by 11 with a bottle of champagne waiting from the local staff, which was an excellent touch. If anybody can remember the latest finish of a GUKPT final, you can have an £11 token, and you've got until the end of the final, whenever that is, or there will be a cut-off at some point.
What time does Sean Connery go to play tennis?
What time is... Don't know.
Tennis.
Ryan Foster, not Ryan Foster.
Who's Ryan Foster?
Don't know.
Ryan Foster won the Goliath.
That Ryan Foster did with it, and that wasn't late either.
No, it wasn't. But now we're talking GUKPT here.
GUKPT main event.
That's not the answer. I'd imagine, because Kevin Allen's was so late, I'd imagine it might be a London one where I think we have more chips, don't we, in a grand final. So
That's true.
That might push things back a bit. That would be my... I don't know the answer though, so don't go with that as your guess. I know Kevin Allen's was really late. I wonder if James has got somebody watching the stream from him. He's had his phone out quite a bit, hasn't he?
Yes.
Wonder if he's getting any info from his friends.
I think Colin also. He's at the break. He was saying that he was getting text messages from people watching.
Oh, fair enough. Yeah.
So getting some.
I mean, it's a sensible thing to do, isn't it? You don't need advice on how to play.
No.
You'd like to know, when you had ace king that time, your opponent bluffed you with this hand or that hand. May as well use the info that's there. That's kind of what we do with poker, try and put info together to make good decisions. So there's the 5-8 against the 6-10 here. Colin's got a gut shot.
They both have.
Both got gut shots, yeah.
No.
And that's kind of improved. 6-10 has now got an 8 for a straight as well, so a double gut shot. And James is now looking for a 6. Confusing board, this.
Pairs a 9.
Nobody's got anything. The flush draw got there.
This could go check.
Definitely won't go check tower.
You don't think?
Not with these two, no.
Yeah, go on then.
Oh, it has gone check.
It's not Victor Ilyukin.
Look at the way look at the way James has thrown his cards, and then he knows that he shouldn't have checked. That's the thing. He knows he shouldn't have checked.
It is not Victor Ilyukin.
We'll ask James about that later, and even he'll say it shouldn't have gone check. You can celebrate your victory, but that was a bad check by James.
Leeds 25-25 next week.
How is it?
It is.
Oh, we like your trip to Leeds. So there's a GUKPT Leeds, isn't there?
There is.
In 2 months' time.
Is that just before or
July,
end of July? Is it something like that?
Definitely be up for that. Good night out in Leeds. Nice casino. I love it when the hotel's right next door as well. I mean, as soon as you bust, go straight next door for a shower, change your shirt, straight into town. Big fan of Leeds. Spent a lot of time there. Colin raising with a 5-8, 3 bet from James with a pocket 8, takes it down pretty quick. And James is just feels like James has got the momentum, doesn't it?
Yes. Oh, there's the first blatant I'm off to Vegas brag from Dave Collins.
So James on the button with the Jack 6 of diamonds, the flush draw. Colin has got bottom pair. We've seen that he'll call a bet with bottom pair. 7 doesn't change too much. James is going to double barrel this flush draw. Tough for Colin to call on an ace-high board when the button shoots twice at you. See whether he goes for his chips again. Like we noticed earlier, he goes for his chips and has a think. There you go. Has a little glance at James. Have you got it? Or is my 3 good? You can see with his right hand he's playing with his smaller chips, but we've noticed a couple of times he's gone for his bigger chips, almost in like a threat. So here we go. There he goes for his bigger chips, and he puts them in. Called bottom pair. Now I almost want to see this draw miss, don't you, Tower? I think the draw gets there. It gets 2 pair to Colin as well.
This could be a bit of a biggie.
Wow, that is a biggie. The thing is though, Colin, like he must wonder what James was firing with. A flush draw was one of the things, just about the only thing he's beaten when he calls him down with bottom pair. Colin checks. James is obviously going to value bet this. He's got the 4th nut flush. Absolute monster heads up. It's the absolute perfect card for him, so it's giving Colin 2 pair. I wonder whether Colin can get away. Just because he was only beating a flush draw, wasn't he, when he called the turn? I guess he was beating a straight draw, but there's not really many straight draws on an ace 9-3 board, is there? I guess the only one that there is deuce 4 and it got there. Oh, it's so hard to fold 2 pair. He's called, yeah, he's called. Called very quickly there. He's been very considered, Colin. I wonder whether maybe he should have just thought, you know, I was only beating a flush draw. I called because I was beating a flush draw. Now the flush has come. Even though it's given me 2 pair, I was either wrong to call the turn or I'm now beat.
So a big hand.
Yeah,
James
big pot that is.
Takes a commanding lead now. So Steve Nicholls been round golfing today in Dundee and shot a 90. He's now have to play snooker all night. Well, maybe back before the heads up finishes. Well, you never know. These two been a great heads up battle. Nice to have you back in the chat box, Steve. And we'll see you soon. I'll let you know if I come up to play the 25-25 and I'll bring some sticks with me. Anybody guessing for an £11 token on who won the longest or the latest finish of a GUKPT final?
Wasn't Malcolm McDonald.
Dave Smith.
It wasn't Dave Smith.
So big lead for James, 2.8 to 1.7. He's been in this position about 4 times now, hasn't he? Where he's had a million. He's almost 2 to 1 ahead.
Who went off on that? You'd have panicked as well.
2.8 against 1.7.
I just wonder whether he can kick on here. He's had this advantage.
15,000, 30,000. Is it 2040 now?
2040 or
2040.
2040. He's playing 2040 a while actually. They'll be going up again soon.
So there are 2 current £11 tokens to be won. One's a photo on Guess Who, and one is who won the latest ever finish. And I can tell you that it was going to be done on a chip count. Half an hour later than it actually finished, because it was back in the day when casinos closed.
It was back in the day.
Back in the day. Where's the white ball going?
Oh, no one near the pocket as usual.
Well, it's gone behind the blue. For those watching in black and white, that's the ball just next to the green. Remember that?
Whispering Ted. Whispering Ted Low. Pop black with ace, wasn't it?
Played the piano on that.
Is that for an £11 token as well?
I'll tell you now.
Is it?
He's a little winner for that one.
I know exactly who it was. The classic white ball shout.
Proper hand for Colin here, which is just what the doctor ordered. James got nothing though. 3 bets. And Colin wins. 3 bets on the big blind. 2-9 takes it down.
Why is number 9 in bingo doctor's orders?
I don't know.
No.
I'm here for my poker knowledge, not my bingo knowledge.
Come on, I know which one we'd rather have.
Why is doctor's orders? Why is number 9 on bingo called doctor's orders?
Why is
Kelly's eye?
Kelly's eye? I know, it's weird.
Kelly only has one eye.
Snooker, loop, peanuts away, me and him and then with me. We'll show you what we can do with a load of balls and a snooker cue. Pop the resident, screw back for the yellow, green, brown, blue, pink and black. Snooker, loopy, nuts away, we're all snooker, loopy. We don't know that one.
You've got to know the next line. The next line starts and nobody knows the rest of it. Now, old Mio, we all know. Don't know the rest of it. It's all about Tony Mio. He wears his father's shirt or something like that. Well, we're a good sing-song down the back passage.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
We're having a good sing-song in the grass market later on if these two get their chips in at some point. James is still grinding them down.
Well, I said the last couple of days, guys, it's been awesome in the chat box. Had a right good laugh with you guys up here. We turn up in Scotland once a year, Edinburgh. As the players have turned out, 234 of them played the main event for a prize pool of 117,000. Well done to everybody who played and turned out for the main. But you guys certainly help us along in the chat box. You really, really do. Colin Woo.
Oh,
He's got the jacks.
He said he needed a couple of premium hands.
Oh, aye,
He's had
aye, aye.
nines. Now he's got the jacks.
Well, we know James doesn't fold fold made hands.
Well, he's definitely not folding.
So
He's just called
flop time. Oh wow, flop time.
Well, he flopped a set. Oh, perfect flop. 8-high flop. Colin's not going to see too much danger there when he's got jacks. What does James do? Do you check raise here?
I don't mind just a flat, to be fair.
Yeah, I don't mind a flat either.
Just to see what happens. No, min raise. No, yeah. Colin made it 75. Check call to 200. Check raise, sorry, to 200.
How much has Colin got back left here? It's too much to shove, isn't it?
1.5-ish.
1.5. But mind you, if he makes it 500,000, it's going in, isn't it? I think Colin maybe just called here. Big decision for Colin. He's got a funny stack here. Does he just call? If he makes it 500, it's got to go in anyway.
James can be check raising with a 6 or an 8, couldn't he?
Not really. I mean, a hand like 5-7 or 4-5 or.
Well, James is loving life now because he knows this could be it.
Now I think it goes all in. I don't think Colin can pass now. He's made it that much. And even if James just calls, he looks so strong. This is just what James wanted when he check raises the flop. He wants to get the money in. Here we go. We'll have 15 seconds of thought and throw the triangle in.
There we go.
What was he just called?
Wow. That's surprising.
It is surprising, not because you're scared of getting outdrawn, just because you're scared of like a 4 or a 7 or a 5 or a 9 or something that might kill the action.
Turn card.
Remember,
if it's a small card,
Colin's
and it is,
if
it's a small
5-7
card,
gets there though. I mean, I'm not sure. I don't think James is going to be terrified of that, but it just means that the action. It might mean that Colin slows down a bit now. Might have put James on some kind of draw on the flop. He's moved all in.
He's moved all in. That's
there
it.
we go.
Unless, yep, there is a showdown.
Let's see the cards. James has a pair of threes for set of threes, and Colin has a pair of jacks. Colin's an all-in player.
Well, set of threes against
Pocket jacks. We need a jack. Oh, we have a champion. We have a jack and a jack only, nothing else. We have a new choice of 4. We have a You stay there, young man. You stay there. This man's going nowhere. Mr. Wu. Come and get the cuddle. We haven't seen you. We haven't seen. Come here, 2 minutes. We haven't seen you for 2 or 3 years. You've got your businesses. You've got your children. You've come to Edinburgh, and you've entertained us, man.
I really do.
You have so many people in the chat box shouting for the Woo, and they're all shouting for Colin. It's great to watch. What a battle that was.
I know, that was hard work actually. I was getting really tired. Yeah, it was really enjoyed it, and yeah.
It was very strange, wasn't it? It went from 9 to 2. Everybody lost, 2 went all in, and then you two, fantastic two players. It's.
I know.
What's it been like to play?
What's that?
What has it been like the last 3 or 4 days?
It's very tired, but I really enjoyed the play, and I think I played well. And I got a couple hand lucky as well.
Yeah. Well, you were the champion of champions winner 6 years ago now.
I know.
Are we going to see more of you in 2015?
Probably it will
be.
You better go time.
Colin,
you better go time.
Fantastic. You have entertained us.
Yeah, it will.
Brilliant. Absolutely fantastic. Mr. Colin Wu. 5th final. James Mitchell, we now get there.
Finally got the job done.
Absolutely. Just standing for us, James. James, fantastic. How are you feeling?
Yeah, good.
It's like I just said to Colin, 9 to 2. Just went to everybody who went all in lost.
Yeah, felt like the heads up took just as long as the rest of the final.
It absolutely did. It really did, and it too. And you were the first guy on the final to win when you were all in, and you were at risk. So. That was the turning point.
Yeah, and I saw Jack was first card in the window, so
it was. You what? 3rd, 4th, 5th, 9th, now champion.
Yeah,
all good.
All good. Yeah.
Another trophy for the mantelpiece, and we're going to get Igor to get the trophy. Ladies and gentlemen, champion in Edinburgh is Mr. James Mitchell. Absolutely fantastic from this guy. What a fantastic live stream we've had for the last couple of days. And what a worthy champion. Irish Open champion, now GUKPT champion. In 4 weeks' time, we will be in another capital city. We'll be in Cardiff. So, get yourself straight down to the M5. We'll see you there. James Mitchell will forever be known as GUKPT champion in Edinburgh. James, it's been an absolute pleasure.
Thanks a lot.
Fantastic stuff. Once more, give it up for James Mitchell. From the Tower and the team, ta-ta. GUKPT